that the Oxford comma was everywhere it belongs.
We're on YouTube now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Michael and I are both in favor of that.
It matters.
Yes. Okay, we will call our budget workshop meeting to order. Will you stand for the pledge to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Present, Councilman Coleman. Here. Councilwoman Anowen.
Here.
Councilman Paddock. Here. Councilwoman Smisa.
Here.
Supervisor Baden is here. Also joining us is Justice Alba. And we will be discussing the 2023 tentative budget request. At about 6:30, the ZBA and Planning Board chair will join us. So we have about 20 minutes to a half an hour. So we'll, Justice LaFlamme met with us at our meeting on the 13th. Happy birthday, a little belated. And so I'll turn it over to you, and you can sort of explain or answer any questions that the board may have. We'll start with letting you explain the budget request and go from there.
Okay. I don't want to, those of you who haven't met, by the way, Renee Hallbaugh. But I don't want to over belabor points that Judge LaFlamme has already covered. The big issue here is our request for a raise for Leanne Warren, who is my court clerk. I do want to.
I apologize. I should have said this first. Just because, to be fair to employees, we're just talking about position name
Okay.
rather than name,
Sure.
just so it's not out there as a particular person's raise. So
Okay,
my
so,
apologies.
So the clerk to justice.
Two.
The clerk
Yes.
to justice two.
Thank you. Apologies.
No, that's fine. So clerk to justice two, our request for a raise for her. That's the biggest thing. I do want to clarify, my take on things are a little bit different than Justice LaFlamme's take. I do think it is very important that there is one justice and one clerk to each justice. I don't think that those positions can be collapsed. I know that I run my court very differently than she does. I handle my cases differently than she does. And I supervise my clerk very differently than she does. So I do want to say that however this is approached by the town, that is very important that remains intact, those separate lines. I unfortunately can't point to a pie chart or anything to say, you know, without clerk to justice two, we lose X amount of productivity because we are in the business of administering justice. I can say unequivocally that that clerk to justice two could leave this job and walk out and be hired at any private law firm in this county for easily $5 more than she's earning now. If we were to lose her, it would absolutely slow down the pace at which we can resolve cases. There would be a lot more errors, and justice overall would be diminished in our town. We're talking about for compensation here. And what we're asking for is that her salary be reflective of her tenure, her experience, her skills, and her training. And not only does she have to have a lot of technical understanding of different computer programs and different regulations and rules, but she also is interfacing with the public on a daily basis. The job is very, very challenging. A lot of people are not happy in the courthouse, and she has to deal with that in addition to everything else that she deals with. I can say unequivocally that if we were to have to replace her, that there is no way that we could hire someone of her skills and qualifications and dedication for the amount that she's paid now. Unequivocally, I can say that. So that's the most important part of what we're asking for. Beyond that, I think everything is pretty self-explanatory. New books, ours are very badly outdated. You know, we do have access to LexisNexis and Westlaw, but when you're on the bench with a full courtroom, it's much easier to be able to open the book and flip through the pages rather than pull up 5 different 5 different screens on your computer and flip back and forth because often, as I'm sure you all know, the laws will cite other sections of different laws and you need to be able to go back and forth with it. So those points, that's pretty self-explanatory if you update it. Again, the biggest reason that I'm here tonight personally is for my clerk, to advocate for her to have, an increase in compensation that again reflects the skills and the job that she does. She's essential. Without her, our court will come to a very slow pace and absolutely.
Just one thing that came up in talking with Justice Laflamme that I actually was not aware of is that after hours arraignments, sometimes the court clerk is coming in with the justice. Do you have a rough idea of number of hours, a month, a year, however you can break it down roughly? I was not aware because I'm not so sure it's being reflected specifically in the timesheets,
Right.
that it's after hours. I know other than the normal after hours court occurrence, which we do know about on every Wednesday night, but it's the arraignments that are sometimes at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we were told that sometimes the courts are coming in for those.
So when I first started my term, I relied on my clerk very heavily to come in with me to, know where the forms were, get everything going in the system. Lately, I've been doing them alone, so I would say on average, maybe 4 hours a month.
Okay. That's good to know, because not having been aware of that, one thing.
But
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can say, that's another thing about her is she's also has her phone there next to her when she's sleeping at night in case I need her for something.
Understood.
And she picks it up immediately, any time of day or night. And I don't know how you put a price tag on that.
Understood.
I don't think you can.
No, it's just helpful to know, because one of the things the board definitely wants to do for all employees is anybody who works outside the normal working hours, definitely to compensate them accordingly for that with some sort of overtime rate of pay. So we definitely want to include that. So I was just trying to get a rough ballpark idea of what might be possible. So it's helpful to know that.
So to me, and again, being on call 24/7, which is no treat. When you say, and again, it's super 4 hours a month, would you say that's like 2 times a month? Would you say that's maybe a time and a half? Is that 4 separate times a month? To me, the amount of time is kind of inconsequential. How many times you actually have to go to the courthouse in the middle of the night?
And I'm unfortunately, I don't know. I'm not very good at keeping track of how many times did I go out this month and who was out there and how long was, I get out of bed and I head out. And so I don't know. But no, arraignments are usually about an hour.
Okay.
Sometimes they take longer if they're waiting on the police because they're having an issue with their equipment or maybe the translator.
I'm told that we often are the ones who answer the phone in comparison to other communities. So
Yeah,
that's okay. You can say that. It's okay.
And I'm not sure why that is, but
Yeah. Any board members have any? I think Judge Laflamme answered an awful lot of our questions ahead of time, and I'm sure the similar questions. But
right, and I certainly don't want to have this be a do-over of everything that she said. That's why I'm sort of just trying to make the big bullet points here. I know that she had provided everyone. I hope everyone received a copy of her detailed list of the various duties of a clerk, and that's true. I mean, it's writing letters, it's balancing the checkbooks, it's making deposits, it's using various computer programs, none of which are intuitive or easy to use. They are designed by the state and not great user interfaces, and they frequently don't work. And she's got all of those numbers on speed dial. She knows who to call when we're having this problem. It's also answering the phone, like I said, dealing with the public, and they're not always very friendly to her. It is handling the money before, which is oversight, of course. But the list is, it's not even exhaustive, but it is lengthy, and the amount of work that they do to even get someone else in that position and train them up, is, not 3 months, more like 6 months, and they're always learning, which is why they have to do their training.
Understood. Okay, anybody?
I think one question I have is, this did come up when we had the discussion, with Justice Lassalle, that, we do as a municipality, we scale and job title, and as you mentioned, tenure in position. So with the clerk to justice all title is the same, basically. So, do you think that is the idea that all clerk to justices should be at that rate of pay when they're at the level of tenure and knowledge?
Absolutely. And that is because, again, it's not an easy job. It's a very technical job. It demands a lot of people skills, attention to detail, intelligence, and commitment. And so if you've got someone who's there doing it that long, they're probably pretty good at it. And that, what those skills would get on a private market for salary is much higher than anything that either of these ladies will probably do.
And believe me, we're huge advocates for our folks that work here, and we know compensation, but it's very, very unfortunate, and it's not unique to Rochester, but you just simply can't compare what somebody does for a municipality and what would pay on the open market. You can do anybody in the town. You can do a heavy equipment operator, you can do anybody. You do have a higher market value outside of the municipality. There are other advantages to working here. For most of the folks, it's nice and close. Most of the folks get to work with wonderful, spectacular people. We feel like our value propositions and benefits is really high. But if somebody wants to make more money, the private sector is going to. We can't match what Mark and Sterling or somebody does.
Absolutely. And I can't, I'm not saying that that it would be reasonable for everyone to get, the salary they would command on the private market in these positions. I'm just bringing it up to kind of highlight how uniquely qualified this clerk is and what a good job that she does, and how difficult the job actually is.
And believe me, we appreciate and I think it should speak a lot to the job that she's doing, that kind of broke up, came down and but pretty good.
And of course, again, the advocating specifically for clerk to justice too is based on, her tenure. The other clerk is not at that point, she's still pretty new, so that's why we do.
We talk about that a lot too, where, you have to pay somebody a quality rate to get into the position, but then what does tenure and experience pay? And then as rates of pay catch up, how do you justify bringing somebody in, a couple of years later to hire? Believe me, it's a tap dance we've been doing for a long time. So again, I think, I speak that outside of that, don't mean to, but I can speak for everybody here. If we had our own budget, everybody more than what it was.
Okay. Anything more for us? If not, thank you. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
And we'll have our finalized budget by the end of this week, which will be, then we're in the tentative budget stage. Then we meet to come up with the preliminary budget, which will, in theory, probably adopt to pass on Thursday. And then there'll be a public hearing on the preliminary budget on November 3rd, and where the public can be heard. And then after that time, the board can make additional changes. And we have until, I think it's November 20th to adopt the final budget. So,
Thank you for listening.
thank you. Thank you for,
Thank you for the questions.
Bring us some nice chairs in there.
I will say finally, it gets a little uncomfortable on the bench in that chair after a
Yes,
while.
no, we definitely have planned in the budget for at least 3, if not 4 new chairs. So,
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you very
Have a
much.
Good night.
Look at that timing.
Are we up now?
Yeah, were you like waiting outside?
6:30, so I'm 10 minutes early.
Look at that. Well, we move quickly.
Yeah.
Please.
We'll be taking a 10-minute recess.
How's everybody doing? Good. Thank you for joining us. I think you both know all the board members, so I won't do introductions. I'll wait just a moment till Charlotte gets back, but
You want, yeah. Oh, I didn't print out yours. Okay. You probably turn the rotate feature on and off. You know, like orient it as
so Sam asked to attend as the ZBA chair, and then in conversation with Bruce, he said, well, I might as well attend as well. So basically, it's an opportunity for you to talk to us about your departments, or department in this case. You essentially share a department, and let the board ask you any questions. Your ask seemed fairly reasonable and well thought out, and but we'll turn it over to you first.
What page?
Oh, this is planning board and ZBA,
What's not at the top of your deck? Come on.
which are towards the back.
It's the AD 800. The
Yes,
one.
it is on page 39 and 40 of 45. So,
I do. Well, so the main thing, I guess, the overview is we met to look at the 2 departments. Obviously, the biggest expense is under personal services, so it's our planning and zoning secretary.
mhm,
The biggest change we made to our respective budgets was just rebalancing the time spent by that office.
Yeah.
It was, I think,
25 and 10, and I will freely admit that was an arbitrary number, as long as it equals 35.
right.
It's never, but I certainly support what you're proposing.
Yeah, so it's just like in conversation with the secretary, we all felt that we could just shift a little more of that expense over to the planning board side. Not for, it doesn't change any of the top line numbers really.
Nope.
Down, but it just more accurately reflects the balance of that work.
Back in the day, it used to all be billed to the planning board, until finally, when I was planning board chair, I was like, well, wait a minute here. So,
And then-
anyway,
Yeah, so then the only kind of like things that came up as potentially new expenses were in the world of IT. So the new laptop is being used now, which is great. There was some conversation just about upgrading the sort of email and document sharing system that's used by that office. So the kind of easiest first step is just to switch everything up to paid subscription accounts to just give us a little bit more control and security. But we just kind of wanted to mention to the town board that we think there's a need for some more robust software to be used in the office to manage and track applications and then to communicate with the applicants, but then also with board members. We didn't have time yet to look into options and costs, but so there's kind of a placeholder.
Yeah, so we did look into a little bit about electronic signatures, since that's up and coming. And I believe I submitted to you, Mike, in the original budget, what, those projected costs might be for.
Yeah,
I don't know where you.
I would have to check through our IT consultant and see, I mean, we might be able, that's projected retail costs, so
That's
being government, we might be able to piggyback off something much cheaper.
I tried that approach with them,
Yeah,
weren't very cooperative from that.
yeah,
But I think, electronic signature is coming on, the software that we looked at, is an industry standard, DocuSign, I'm sure. Office has used it. Very simple tool to learn and use, and can be extended from just electronic signature to also do some workflow if you're processing invoices and approving payments and things like that. You can generate a workflow through it so that the approvals are tracked and monitored, and it just improves process all around. So, and it might not be good for this year's budget, perhaps for next year, but it would be a good idea to get it on your radar because it will increase efficiency. in customer service. Yeah. So with my budget, I was comfortable with everything except for the salary line. I think that's where, where Sam and I, we're here to advocate for a larger increase than what was proposed in this latest budget. Sam has some cost of living figures.
Yeah, so kind of the first thing we looked at when wanting to plug something in for that line was just the amount that cost of increase year over year. So just looking at the published government numbers currently, we're at an 8.3% increase of inflation, and then the Social Security cost of living increase for going into 2023 was an 8.7% increase. So we felt sort of separate from any sort of performance concerns that trying to get as close to that possible was a place that we want to advocate for. That's really just kind of, I'm sure you guys are being squeezed too on everything in the budget because of those pay increases. But we want to make sure that the one employee that's working in the department is not being left behind as talked about. And on top of that,
Right. So I think, on top of that, everybody's going to come in and say, we expect that, and us as employees of wherever company we work for outside of town, expect that if we perform and if we increase our skill set, that we're rewarded for our performance, right? That's sort of.
it doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So from I look at things from a performance and merit perspective. The secretary has strong performance in her role, and I think that should be recognized. There's been new skill sets that have been learned, and she's better able to perform that job. It's more efficient the way she's performing it, and she's also better qualified for the position, whether it be in this town or another. And there's some examples of that, and she is the public face for the zoning board, and as that first face, those people are generally not happy to come and see them because they've been told they can't do something that they want to do. So, from the planning perspective, those customers are generally the less patient ones because they want to do it, but they want to do it tomorrow, right? So her interaction with them was generally not happy, not in a favorable way. Has always been professional and consistent. She's always delivering the facts, not opining on it and not delivering the opinion. It's a very strong demeanor and good interpersonal skills with her. I've also found that she adheres to process and protocol. She doesn't take any shortcuts in what she's doing. When she doesn't know, she asks the appropriate question. And it's a one-time answer. It's not the same question over and over and over. So you can tell that she's learning and growing in that position. From our position, the post-meeting letters to applicants, they're out typically within 48 hours. And she's vetting what comes back so that they can get on the next agenda and advising them when something's deficient. The meeting minutes are distributed typically within days of the meeting, not days before the next meeting is about. We've all had that, and it's not good. She's the point of contact for all communications for the board, for CPL, our engineering and planning firm, for the attorney for the board, for the applicants, and for the applicants' representatives as well. And they've all, lot of them have praised her publicly in those meetings and said what a great job she's doing. They pulled me aside privately to say the same thing. So you can see she's building those relationships with each of the various customer bases that she has. In fact, some applicants have pulled me aside as well. And work with their own using things. So, she's built reporting with the building department for escrow. As part of that, they've actually pulled building permits from some stop work orders on some folks. She's helped streamline the invoice process. And just today we were talking about the idea of dealing with her peers in other towns. So she's talking about would be receptive to hosting a meeting where she has her peer group in and they have a meeting similar to what we do with Hula, where we have, planners and meet with our peers throughout the county. The same thing for people at her level. And I think that's a great idea. We should be supportive of that. If we can. And I know taken individually, all these actions seem sort of trivial and one-off. But when you look at the whole painting, not just one of the brush strokes, these are the type of actions that give wing to the planning board and the zoning board to allow us to focus on the bigger priority issues. And get through it. So, that's sort of the performance aspect. From a retention aspect, we know, and I think we've been discussing it prior to us, giving raises help reduce turnover. Period. People can do better in the private sector. This is a retention, and it's incentive for that. Plays a big factor for why people leave. And then, when you give somebody a raise, it lets them know their value. And this is a way to create, I'm not going to say loyalty, but create momentum in their job. So that's my sort of pitch for why we should increase it a little bit more than what.
Well, unfortunately, we're in a municipalities and government in general. We make our revenue in two ways, taxes or fees. So in order to do what you're asking, we would have to raise one of two things, either taxes or raise fees.
Right, pricing, volume, and mix.
Yep.
So,
And we can't just go out and sell more of a product or raise the price. I guess we could raise the price of the fees, but it's hard. It's a really hard discussion to have. Every person, every employee in this town, we are happy with their work. We would love, as Adam said earlier, we would love to pay them all more money. But the only way we can is raise either fees or taxes. So,
I also forget there are no unskilled positions, right? It's figured there's a skilled position. You have to know which end of the shovel to use.
Yep.
You have to know which shovel is appropriate for the task. Maybe you go for a pick instead of a shovel, right? So there's a skill set associated with it. And all the town workers have a skill. This is a knowledge worker as well. This is an individual who's taking information from disparate sources, putting them together, and producing a work product that is for the board and is for the applicants as well. So there's a value add in that as well, that there might not be the same value add in other positions. And it's not to diminish it. You have to have the opportunity to add value as well. Right? And not everybody has that opportunity. Right?
Yeah, I think that is a good segue to the other thing we wanted to talk about was the question of the fee structure. We're prepared to offer to look at the fee structure, come back with concrete proposals. I know that's kind of gone around a few times over the last few years. The request that we have of this board is for some guidance about what should be covered by the fee.
so
Just like the supervisor just said, right, revenue comes from taxes and fees. When you look at this, the budgets for these departments, fees are not covering anywhere near the full cost of these departments. Right?
correct.
So the question is, what kind of ratio does this board think is appropriate? And then we can look at our expenses, look at the flow of applicants and applications that are coming through, the different types, the balance of different types of applications, and make a recommendation that's going to put the fees at a level that this board feels like is an appropriate balance between some of the revenue that funds this department in taxes, which obviously you want that, right? You don't want it to be a pay, you can even talk to anyone kind of situation. But some percentage also obviously continued. And where does that balance lie?
So,
And that's a kind of a policy question that we're prepared to make some recommendations of what we think, but it feels like it might be more efficient for this board to have a conversation and say where you think that balance is, and then you can come back with.
well, let me sort of jump in a little here, because the chair of the planning board and I were having this very discussion this past week. In the past, the town board has paid for the attorney's costs for meeting presence. And we have paid for 1 hour of the attorney's time to review the initial application. Many other communities will charge escrow for the attorney's time at meetings. So what I've asked him to do, and I would ask you to do the same thing, to estimate the cost of your attorney for generalized planning board or ZBA discussion, meaning knowing that when you're at the meeting, there's some things that are not specific to a particular application. More so with the planning board than with the ZBA, which sometimes only has one application. Is pretty easy to do. What attorneys in other towns do and have done, and I'm going to propose we make this change for next year, is that the attorneys track the time. So at 7:15, we start talking about application X. And at 7:45, we stop talking about it. I now bill a half an hour for the escrow for that time. The chair of the planning board would like to move that way next year. And so I'd ask the same for you, if we could make that be our generic policy. That would be helpful. Obviously, the cost of the fees for the application, some of it is sort of the town's responsibility. Some of it is application driven. So it's never going to be a one-to-one comparison, but I think if we can lessen some of the costs of operating the office and the process, then we can hold the fees at a reason, because we also have to look at what other municipalities are charging, and we have done that pretty well over the last 3 or 4 years comparison. And I think, at least on the planning board level, last year, we got them in a good place. We may need to look now next year in 2023 for raising, but so that's kind of where my thought is. And I'm definitely going to propose that as our new policy, and the budgeting for the attorney is going to reflect that in when the board gets to the attorney line. But the attorney line is separate from your budget. We don't consider that really part of your budget because it's a generalized town expense.
Yeah, I think that, I appreciate that explanation and context. I think it does still, like, looking at the ZBA budget, for example, we have, in 2022, total fees collected are about $1,500, or sorry, about less than $300, excuse me. And we have a department expense projected around $9,000. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, some of that is there's, like you're saying, there's fixed overhead costs. If you only get one application, you only collect one fee. Obviously, you don't want that fee to be enough to cover the whole operating department for a year. But there is still the question of, for an average flow of applications and an average expense, what percent does the town think comes from taxes? And that's the question that I think
It's difficult to answer because, especially in the ZBA level, because the ZBA, you can run the gamut. You may have a year where you have 20 applications. You may have a year where you only have one application. So I think more importantly, the fee structure for the ZBA we should look at what other communities are charging and be in that range, as opposed to trying to meet a target of this expenditure. At least that's my opinion. We don't do the similar thing for the code enforcement office. the code enforcement office, if you look on paper, makes money for the town every single year. Because the fees we charge per square foot, we exceed, but that's figured into our overall budget. You can't just pick and choose by department.
The other thing too is you see in revenue this year of 1,500 and projected at 2,000. In the 3 years previous, you were at 6488, 76, 78. So
It's not an apples to apples comparison. In the previous year, the zoning aspect of the code enforcement was treated differently.
Okay,
So
so
we can't
what,
look at those numbers.
so we can't average those out.
So what we have is for the last 2 years, for 2022, the projected revenue is $2,000 in fees. The actual revenue year to date is under $300. And then what we're suggesting in the proposed budget is a projected revenue of 1,500, which is lower, obviously, than what's projected in 2022, but is also obviously significantly higher than what's.
The problem was, Adam, every zoning permit used to be counted as a zoning fee. And very few zoning permits actually end up at the ZBA.
Right.
So I sort of have tried to change how that's tracked, but you can't compare.
So where do those dollars come?
They go under another building
Building.
fee line. I'd have to pull it up exactly.
okay. Like I said, I was wondering because you were saying it could be dramatic from year to year, rather than average. Okay.
Yeah. You can't, it's not, it's one of those that in the 5 years since I've reported, this is now my 5th budget. And I'm slowly picking at things that have not been accurate representations. And that's one of them.
So click on the planning board side.
The planning board, which is a little bit, is a higher percentage. coming in.
Yeah,
And I think that is also appropriate from a policy point of view, right? Because like the ZBA is an appellate board, sometimes you're deciding a dispute, like we don't want to be, I mean, in my opinion, I don't think it's appropriate to be charging people when they feel like a ruling has unjustly done against them.
which is why it's always been a relatively low amount of money.
So you're just discouraging the applicants. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess the final point I wanted to make, just while we have this time here with you guys, is about the salary question. You know, what we both requested was an increase of about 10%, which would put the secretary at 20 an hour. That, while it is a large percent increase, you know, like we discussed, there's the inflation portion of it, which you can figure is about 8.5%, and then it's about a 1.5% performance rate. Even with that, that puts the salary for the secretary, whose skills and development was enumerated by Bruce, that puts it below the starting salary for everyone in the highway department. And I find that, I know this is a different situation, there's a collective bargaining agreement with the union, fully supportive of all of that. But when I just step back and I say, we've got a public facing employee who's performing all the services that were enumerated, and they're still below a starting wage for someone who also has a lot of skill, brings a lot of value to the town, but is starting out at a floor that's above where we're asking the person who brought up to. I just think that raises an equity question that I hope that the board will factor in when thinking about where the pay level is at. And that's sort of the last thought I wanted to leave you all with. You know, you understand, obviously, there's a lot of competing priorities, and take something from here, you gotta put something else aside.
Can I say, I hope you will come November 3rd, though, when the public comes and beats us up over the budget. So, because they will. Well, you won't be able to answer, but you can say what you said tonight.
Yeah, we can, happy to speak about, yeah, and again, we're happy to come back, you know, if there is more information about fees, we're happy to come back ahead of the organizational meeting when there's a set with,
Yeah, that'll be a December. I mean, if you're thinking of proposing major changes to what you're projecting, that we would want to know now. But if you're just talking
Oh, so we have to November 2nd on that.
Well, if
Well,
you're proposing major changes, yes. If you're not proposing, I mean, that's why we asked you an estimate of the amount of money you thought. So if you're proposing changes to what you gave us,
Right.
then the answer is yes.
But in fairness, that's a little bit of there's a little bit of a cart and horse situation, right?
Right.
We did submit at the time that these, there was a week to prepare the requests.
Mhm.
When we submitted the requests, there were accompanied with cover letters. One of the questions included in that was, from a policy point of view, what percent of revenue or some guidance other than just, what do you guys think about fees, right? So like for us to come back with a suggestion of fees, if there's guidance from the town board saying like, hey, we think it should cover, cost of operating meetings, processing of applications, not attorney fees, but like if there's some enumeration of what it should cover, and then we look at that and it turns out that it is a significant increase, right? Like we can't anticipate that without the information.
An example of that is processing the escrow payments, right?
Mhm.
So, we get the escrow up front, there's $1,500, $2,000
Mhm.
on the application. And then it's drawn down, right? But there's still a process of the invoice comes in from the third party, we have to look at it, we have to assess it, we have to pass it on. We're sending the money out in some situations, right?
Actually, you're not. The escrow is totally managed by the supervisor's office.
So you still have to validate whether the charge is legitimate, whether
Yes.
it's you or whether it's someone else.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's the global, the generic.
Understood. Understood. But my point is actually, other than the go-between,
Right.
the planning and zoning office is not supposed to be as involved in the escrow as they are right now, to be honest.
So there's still some overhead involved in processing. If somebody is still cutting a check to the
Right.
third party and then going and pulling it out. Is one of the things that we do in looking at the fees. We have a fee structure, but we also charge, there's a surcharge on at processing the escrow, right? It's like using your credit card. Everybody.
I don't believe we're allowed to do that. I would have to find out legally.
Right, but it's one of those things where that's money that's going out that is sort of hidden, it's that.
Well, it's not hidden.
Right?
It's the cost of the government doing business.
And that's fine. If you want to absorb that cost and you say, hey, this is part of the business of government is to absorb that, that's fine. We absorb it. If it's not, we look at what a fair and balanced approach is to it as far as a surcharge.
Except,
It's just one example. right?
understood, but I like
It may
to
not
talk
be a
in
good
realistic examples, and I don't believe it's a realistic example, because 5 years ago, we weren't doing any escrows. We've made major strides in solving a lot of these problems. So I guess all I'm trying to say is, let's not, swing for the fences out here. Let's just.
Well, I think that was their point, because if you would like their input on increasing fees, they might come up with
Right.
ideas that we would immediately knock down. It would be more productive if we said, yes, we would like the fees to cover 30% of, the cost, or something like that. I mean, but
Yeah.
I think that's the point, is it?
And that's fine. If you prefer not to, then,
Yeah.
we can come up with every conceivable thing that we think, and you can.
No, I don't think,
There's no harm in brainstorming
Right.
and putting it out there. It's not costing you any time other than to review it.
A concrete example is just looking at, let's say, a complicated subdivision application, right? That's obviously where the highest fees are. But saying, how much time does the secretary, for example, spend circulating materials corresponding with the applicant? Does that add up to 40, 50 hours potentially over the course of a long involved application? And do the fees charged for that application come anywhere close to covering that? Like that's maybe an example that we're thinking about.
yeah.
So you can leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, you're asking the same age-old questions, and it's a matter of what do we charge, and do we charge sort of per piece application, that every application is sort of charged on a pay as you go, Or do we charge a generic, this is the rate we charge for major subdivisions, this is what we charge. We did get a proposal 2 years ago from the planning board that was, no offense, an outrageous fee schedule. And we chose not to act on it because it was a little bit insane, so there's gotta be that's why I personally believe that looking at what other people were charging in the area is a more rational way of deciding what we should be charging, as opposed to trying to look at it as to what's it costing us.
And find any leverage areas. There may be things that we discovered a number of times that we're practically undercharging, a couple of bucks for something that was literally taking us hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So, again, I think that would be a good starting.
Yeah.
Did you go file it? I see that there definitely was
No.
budget last year and nothing has been purchased yet. And I'm just curious, because I know that it's not on for this year.
Yeah, I think,
If that was all.
I don't recall.
I believe it was solved.
Yeah.
I believe we had one and we found one.
Okay.
We can get it.
Like, right now, it's
Sure.
I believe it was taken care of.
Yeah, no, there was no concern from, yeah, there was no concern from the secretary about the lighting situation. All right, well,
Yeah, and postage wise, I see that compared to budget, like, the postage and advertising, you guys are both very low, ZBA wise.
The ZBA is a bit of a problem because the problem is things get sent over to the office and everything that comes over from this office tends to get billed with planning, even though some of it should be billed for ZBA. And I'm still trying to fix that problem.
Yeah, I mean, even on both. of
It would-
them, it's like 50%
If you guys could carry something back from me, I've tried to, when stuff is sent over, it should be clearly marked zoning board of appeals, because it always gets, I have people that are creatures of habit. If it comes from over here, they say, oh, it's planning.
yeah, we discussed it with the secretary and we sort of, our general view was total dollar amount talking about are small enough that we'd
Yeah.
rather
And,
have a comfortable
yeah,
space than like say we run out because all of a sudden we have to send a lot of notices and then you guys have to do a budget amendment.
most of the postage too is reimbursable. So, and, postage is one of those lines throughout the budget. If somebody goes over, you just move some money into it from somewhere else. So it's postage is kind of it's a placeholder, but it's really a non-issue.
So some of it is attributable to the more fun. That's why it's.
Yeah, okay.
it used to be.
There's one
So,
final
right.
wiggle room there.
When you
You
look
guys
at,
were okay with that,
Right,
down
so
a
we're
little
look-
bit to try to.
right, we looked at the run rates.
Mhm.
So the run rates for applications is also dropped sort of proportionally. So that's why you see some of the actual. Look.
Lower than that. Understood. I figured this one was moratorium, but I wasn't sure if it was that.
No.
so I was just putting it in a cushion.
We didn't just go like this.
Yeah, you're right. See how that goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Those-
Thank you, guys.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It said, so it sounds like for the personal services, there was an allocation you had in mind. What were the percentages again? Did they divide it up?
It's in the sheet they gave us.
Yeah,
I'd rather,
we basically put it at, it ended up being about 10% and then we rounded up to a whole dollar.
Okay, did you use that for any of the other categories or the rest of them all? And then, just for my awareness, professional services, that seems to be the one that's not, what was covered under that? Mike?
professional services is not professional services.
I was
This
not
past,
included.
yeah, so this past year, it was the first time it was ever asked for, was in 2022. We ended up paying some of escrow funds that, the things that were billed late.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
So that's why it's not.
That's
Yeah.
why keeping on top of the escrow is such a critical element of this and why it pays for itself.
well, the escrow has to pay for itself by law, because it's not our money. Escrow is not part of the budget. Escrow is.
And we're referring to an instance where there's a late billing that results in them. using-
No, I understand. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, believe me. If anybody knows what he's talking
All
about.
I'm doing is continue to pitch.
And then last question, so you mentioned possibly transitioning to paid services for some of the account management stuff. So that's, and so you said you hadn't had a chance to look into solutions. Was that transition part of the request that came from? Yeah. Okay, so and do you use Google accounts now, or is it?
So what's included in it now is, the cost of paying for paid Google.
It's,
That is included.
it's in the
In the-
soft,
in the
it's in the
budget.
line that says software, Michael, is how I
But the additional software that they were proposing.
Yeah, it's
not-
Like
Yeah, that's
DocuSign.
right. Yeah, no, that's.
As part of that, and I think this was mentioned in a letter that was accompanying this, we're not appraised of what the sort of higher level IT overhaul, I know there's a higher level IT overhaul going on, with the website and other things, and we didn't want to start putting things in that would be redundant because we're part of a bigger system overhaul. So if there's not, if this department isn't really implicated in those systems overhauls, then I think you'd see us coming back next year with like a more detailed, like, these are the tools that we think this department needs.
Well, as the year goes on, you come up with ideas, let us know, because it works both ways. I mean, if you guys give us suggestions, we can look at it from the bigger picture. That's like the DocuSign thing. If we can incorporate that into the entire town rather than specifically just your department, I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, I think, so one of the ones we talked about was, large format plotter and scan, right?
It's on order. It's coming.
Ordered that last meeting.
Is that about
It's,
planning and zoning and all?
that's coming with the grant that we got 2 years ago that we finally,
A little more than the grant. We wanted to get that.
yeah, the price went up $1,800 since we got the grant 2 years ago,
So
so.
we did take film test grant away.
They got $100 for the definitely.
Yeah,
It's not that.
you actually, in reality, you spent the desk lamp to get the laptop because last year's budget for the laptop was not what the laptop cost, so in reality,
It's the tone of this.
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you guys for your time.
Appreciate it. Okay, so starting out with the bad news. After we met with Highway and we thought we had lowered budget, I went back through and looked at the health insurance stuff and I was off by one retiree in the health insurance. So we are starting out at general fund, over the tax cap right now by, oh, great, give me a reference. About $18,000 over the tax cap. So just to let you know. Doesn't mean we can't be over. We also can take more out of fund balance. I'm sorry.
What, you know what line that is, but it was under on our.
You know, it's several lines. It's not just one. It's several that caused it. What I'd rather do is have us go through general and then look at where we are at the end of the. It's not a process that we can look at an instantaneous, where do we stand right now?
Okay.
It just doesn't really, it's not conducive to that type of.
But you're saying that the discrepancy.
But we thought we were
in the-
about 12,000 under the tax cap at the end of the other day, and in reality, we're about 18,000 over the tax cap.
And that would be in the health, you said that.
It was health insurance related. Remember I said I've got to rerun those
Yeah.
numbers?
Mhm.
When I reran them, I realized that I did not include one of the retirees in the highway
Okay.
on the list,
So you're saying changing approximately.
approximately 30,000. Combined over 3 or 4 different ones. But I'm just letting you know, so as we start with the general, we're all on the same page. So,
Solve.
Oh, it's all the same.
I mean, there's plenty of ways to solve it. We could take more out of fund balance, you know, but, so that's why, rather than
Yeah,
trying to
sure.
fix a problem 20% into the budget, because essentially We've
Yeah.
done highway, so we're about 20% done with the budget.
Yep.
We got about 80% more to go. Rather than try to fix the problem now, let's get to the end to see what the big number is, up or down, and then go from there. So
I think we all agree with that.
with that being said, you want to start with revenue on the general fund side, or do you want to start with expenditures and then do revenue last?
It's fun to do revenue last, though.
Okay,
See what- Spend it first, and then figure it out. I enjoyed it. It's nice time.
okay then. So we're gonna start on page, now,
Saving research.
it's 7:03, it's 7 o'clock basically now. We have two other agenda items we need to talk to you about tonight. One is the housing committee, and the second is the local laws, which we need to do them tonight if we want them to be reviewed by the county in November. So bear in mind, let's go as long as we think we can. When you want to stop on budget, stop. We'll go to the other stuff. So,
10 minutes into giggling.
yeah,
That's when we go to the other stuff?
Uh-huh.
yeah. So if we're gonna start with general fund, legislative board is the first item, page 16. I know starting with your particular salaries is not always the easiest thing to start with, so. I have proposed an increase from $6,240 to $7,800, which will equate to $650 a month. It also equates to, if you want to do it bi-weekly, it equates to 100, what was that? $150 a week. It's in comparison to what other towns are paying. It's actually probably right about the middle. Aaron has been
Yeah, I actually have that.
initiating some salary comparisons.
But the town board one is the most. I think you have this.
It's and if you want to put it up and we'll talk about it later, rather than start with this, I'm okay with that too.
Oh, we might as well work together.
Admittedly, it's a 25% increase for each board member, but if you're looking at only percentages, then it's significant. If you're looking at dollar amount, it's an increase of $1,560 times 4. So that's $6,240 overall, Steve, which is. You guys put 10 hours a week into your town board responsibilities, which I believe you're putting in more than that. It's $15 an hour. So unless I hear a major, we shouldn't do it. Now, bear in mind that this was 2022.
Yes,
I've already seen many 2023s up
yes.
5%,
started-
6%.
Yes. They don't all break it out in the published. Yeah,
Well-
that's the average.
Councils, council members, any elected official, they have to break out by the position.
No, but they're not on the published ones on the website. I think if I called the clerk's office.
Well, Christina did call for some of
For
these.
these, I mean, in the 2023.
Oh, 2023,
proposals.
yeah. Call Bill Campbell, he'll tell you.
So, I mean, for town council, you know, to put a pin in this, I would be comfortable lowering the tentative budget numbers a little myself if we felt that we needed to do that. So, and then just going forward.
Well, I also agree with that. I think I would just think that percentage wise, when it comes to salaries and pay, personally, that just don't not very much more percentage than dollar amount. So if we're willing to give ourselves a 25% increase and not willing to give our employees over 3% for positions, it's not.
Or, well, to start with, we're giving employees over 6% across, then bear in mind that if you're starting with a low number, a percentage is not a good way to view it. If we're gonna view it on percentages, then we've got serious problems.
Well, I think there's the conversation, there's a cost of living sort of wage increase that we offer across the board to all employees. It's one of the benefits, one of the few benefits, like working for the county in terms of wages. There are times where we do what's considered a market adjustment, which is different. So what I'm saying is, I'm comfortable not doing a market adjustment on the town board salary and just doing a traditional percentage like we are on this particular line. That's what I'm advocating for. I'm comfortable with that. Whereas bringing it up to this average would be more like, is considered like a market adjustment, where we wouldn't be expecting to see that type of increase every year. It sounds like you were saying a similar thing for, this.
Yeah, but we shouldn't, market adjustment is better than percentage. Percentage is not a good, Rochester has traditionally been, in the lower, probably 25% of comparison to every other town. Not that we have to compare with every other town, but.
The average, you're saying,
Yeah, I just did a average formula across the bottom of all of those columns, so yeah. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts, Adam, on?
I always said when I got elected, I didn't know. So, I don't really, I think more of, and I don't mean this in any negative way, but I think more of you guys, and the amount of time and effort and energy you put behind this and at sacrifice of other things. I have a lot of flexibility in my schedule, so that, grab an hour or two here or there, a day doesn't affect me in any way, shape or form. But, I know for some of you, it's literally taking dollars out of your own family's, budgets to do this. I mean, again, the number seems like a big jump, but at the same time, it's still way under average. Again, I'll say this openly, we haven't had a lot of public comment. We're gonna get a tremendous amount of public comment. There's gonna be people that are gonna swing for the fences because of the percentage. The percentage is ridiculous. It literally doesn't matter when you're adjusting this amount of money, like taking somebody from $15 an hour with a 3% raise and you're gonna raise it 45 cents. Those things don't make any sense. This is a good market adjustment, but like I said, considering, public outcry, I think we're asking for it.
Whatever number we put in, it's gotta be divisible by 12. I'm gonna just throw that out there. So,
yeah, no, I'm open to whatever the board wants to do. I'm also fine not doing a big increase, but I don't, like Adam said, I didn't do this because I'm expecting to do a full-time job, but compensating, be able to live off the stipend. But I also don't want it to become a point of comparison to other elected positions that have even more responsibility. So I don't want to say like, okay, well,
Yeah.
the four of us are fine, lower number, but therefore everyone should be fine.
Right, yeah, no, nobody.
So I'm fine with what the board wants to do, but I worry that then that becomes a benchmark. But, well, why are these people making more? Why do you want to do them? But I would gladly say that we could set the lower number of board members provided that those funds are being used for supplemental.
Okay, we can put a pin in it too.
70, well,
What is that?
I'm saying if we,
we can,
Come back.
in the words of David O'Halloran, and rest his soul, during our code task force meetings, he said, put it in the parking lot. Which means we put a placeholder in it, but it's a placeholder and we can circle back. 'Cause-
Yeah, let's see.
But we should put a number in there,
Yeah,
My coworkers would
70,
not forgive me if I didn't circle back. I tried, but we need to circle back. I hear you all the time. And, so,
well,
but I think we should circle back.
but we need to put a number in there for now.
so if we said,
7,200 would be 600 a month.
and six, yeah. So that would be 600, if we did 575. If we leave it 10%, that would be 69.
So how much we make it? That's 10%.
Just as I said, don't get caught up in percentages because,
yeah,
as Adam said, if you're starting with not comparable,
There's nothing, you can add whatever percent to it we want.
right?
What was the number? 575?
575 is 69. Right now it's 520.
Would
Okay,
you like,
let's do that for now.
would you like to know the history of what, well, you can see the history of what it's been.
Yeah,
I will do that now.
okay, let's do that. So we'll,
What's the number?
69. You can't raise it though.
They do want a parking spot.
Next, and this could be an easy fix, we either support it or we don't.
Okay.
That's the Chromebooks and the tablets. I know a number of you are bringing your own computers. The advantage to that, to having a specific town computer is your personal computers do not become. If you're using your personal computer for town business, your personal computer, the information on your personal computers can be foilable. Now, that doesn't mean your personal information can be foilable, but it means any town information that you store on your computer becomes foilable. We put this in a couple times. We didn't put it in last year or this year. We took it back out. The Chromebooks was Fish's suggestion rather than tablets. Where we would also save time and funding on printing everything that we currently print.
I don't mind using my personal equipment, but I think if we're gonna spend money on something like that, we should also put that towards like an Office 365. That you can access files from the computer, but they don't have to live on your computer, they can live on shared.
Yeah,
storage or something.
we gotta look into the legality of that and how that's done. There's a lot of things that in the business world work, which is kind of why I was pushing back a little bit from planning and zoning. Things that work in the professional world are not conducive to open meeting laws.
Yeah, but I also think if the alternative is, I have my own personal version of Office that I pay for, that I'm doing town documents on, and that's also could be done, so we should put it on.
And that's the thing is the $3,000 protects us, you know.
Yeah.
You know, I know I have PowerPoint.
Basically, you
for-
would have a town computer that you would essentially, I'm only using this for town business.
I mean, are our phones technically foilable then? Because
Yeah.
our town emails are on them?
Yep.
And that doesn't
Technically, yes.
fully solve the problem of our privacy.
No, it's not. No, there's no easy way short of telling you, don't ever use a personal electronic device. it's an ongoing thing, but this is a bridge towards solving some of the problems, and it also means that, you know, each of you would, like, two of you are sitting there with your laptops. I know Adam regularly uses his phone. You came, when I was on the school board, we were given a computer. And that was our computer for the school board meetings.
Did that, then we would turn that in at the end of,
Oh, yeah, it's school property.
and we would do the same thing.
Yeah, no, you would absolutely.
My only comments are two. One, I'm on the fence, like if we need to cut something, I feel like we can continue to operate another year the way we've been operating. My other comment is I have a Chromebook. I'm not sure like that literal Chromebook is the right thing because of the document, the way it converts everything. You don't have like a word on it. So maybe maybe something similar to Chromebook that's not Google.
Yeah, well,
But-
ultimately, we would be conversing. This is a placeholder mostly for money. It has to have a title.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a Chromebook.
Right.
If we decide to support it, I think we need to either say, yes, we're gonna do it, or no, we're not. And if we're gonna do it, we do it right away in January. We go to our IT company and we say, get us 4 of something that I can then, you know, how it's done, whether it's posted to a portal and you guys, you know, the agendas and everything, instead of everything being done by email like it's being done right now.
The last thing I need is doing with PC technology and equipment floating around. I do like the thought of insulating, you know, business and town business and personal. I think we should leave it in for now. And if we get to the point where we need to find an extra couple of $1,000,
Okay.
Well, if we are gonna leave them too, I think we may wanna up it a little. just to balance it.
I think like $500 and over.
They,
Yeah, the
Fish seemed to think it was an okay number. I ran it by them.
But I also feel like when we bought last time too, and that kind of more than.
Yeah, because we were buying specific laptops, but you know,
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
as we-
yeah.
Thank you.
highlighted it.
It was,
Today.
Okay. The professional services. We haven't had a lot this year. We budgeted 1,000 in past. I put in 750. That covers anything that the town board may need to consult with somebody on. I can tell you what the money we spent so far has been spent on.
$47.90. I'm so curious.
Hopefully I can tell you anymore. Oh,
Polls to go to.
no, that wouldn't be in there. That would be mileage. It is,
You can't get scroll there.
oh, it's Michael and Charlotte's business cards.
Oh.
I've been giving this to that. That's my role.
Anyway, that's what it is.
It doesn't hurt to leave it in there.
Do we want to lower it to 500?
Sure.
I mean, it's that you're gonna learn as we go through this, some things are just placeholders, because if you cut everything so tight, then you've got nowhere to cut.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, 500.
miscellaneous, we do not budget anything for miscellaneous.
Right.
The public notice is advertising. Every time we have a special town board meeting, you know, we were at 800 through the first 2/3 of the year. I think 1,000 seems to be reasonable number. Education conference, you guys haven't gone to any. You're able to if you'd like. I cut it from 1,500 down to 1,000. You tell me if you think it's not needed. There's a lot of stuff online that's free.
I'm gonna say most of the ones that I.
Well, the Association of Towns ones, if you go to them, there's cost.
Yeah,
So,
there's a few that,
and bear in mind, that's a total for the four. So that's essentially $250 a person. If you want to lower that number, I'm fine with that, but
Again, I think we should leave it, because again, we should probably be taking advantage of that. It's a good reminder
we want to cut it to 800.
Sure, I was wondering, it's 150 for each one.
Mm,
well, the AOT one, like 250.
Well, it depends, yeah, if you want to go to the city one, and we have, the only times I've ever gone to the city one, I paid for it out of my own pocket.
Yeah. Well, let's go down to 800.
Okay.
You
Mileage, at 60 some cents a mile, I don't really want to go under 200. You can, if you're doing town business. You can't for coming back and forth from home to here, but you can claim if you go to a conference, you go to Kingston for a meeting. I never claimed it until this past year at $4 a gallon for gas. I couldn't afford to continue doing it, so.
We're not like saving the budget, like.
Postage, I'm gonna put in the 50, it's a placeholder for minor stuff. But we now have, out of just in one, we cut $4,050. Okay, moving to the court. Personal services, the justices, I'm proposing a increase of $6.63%, which is from a monthly currently of $1,313 to $1,400. If you go a little bit lower if you want.
It seems reasonable. The cost of inflation increases like that again.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable. If you look at the other.
Yeah, I did up it a little bit more than. I mean, most employees, you will see that I'm proposing a 6% or greater increase. So this one I went a little bit higher, just, I admit it was a round number, up to 1,400. I mean, we could lower it a little bit, but. So everybody's okay with that number?
Yeah.
Okay. Court to Justice 1 and 2. Now, in the past, so they work 28 hours a week. They work Monday through Thursday, 9 to 4 are their regular open to the public hours. So they are paid for 7 hours times 4 days a week. We used to budget an additional 200 hours for court time, any additional work. They are not currently paid overtime until after 40 hours. However, none of our employees are currently paid overtime until after 40 hours, with the exception of highway, which is part of their collective bargaining agreement. Once they go above 8 hours, they're paid overtime. So I split it up so we could see it better, what the ask was versus what. Now, clerk to justice 1, the ask was actually less than what I'm proposing. But they were proposing overtime for anything outside the 28 hours. I think it's a dangerous precedent for us to start doing that. I think we stick with our policy of 40 hours. If they exceed 40 hours, absolutely. Now, that being said, I think we could make a lot, we don't even have to make a separate line for it. We could adopt a policy as of January that anybody who works between, say, 11 PM and 8 AM is paid time and a half. In general. Anybody not part of a collective bargaining.
I was gonna say, wait,
I
wait,
would
wait,
start-
there-
Anybody, any employee not part of a collective bargaining.
What time is that?
I'm saying 11 PM till 8 AM. 10 PM? Okay, yeah. Well, most of our days start at 8 AM, is what I was saying. We could do 10 PM. We don't have to decide that this moment.
And that escalated rate, I think I could do that last time. If we assume 200 hours, 100 per clerk, would be like 6,000.
Well, but some of those hours of court nights, which don't.
Are not overtime.
They would not be the court, not the time, yeah.
No, yeah, right, I was thinking, based off what they.
We
were
don't-
saying.
I think.
We don't have to leave the breakdown. I put it in there separately so you could see it based on the way the judges filled out their ask.
The only problem I have, Mike, with the time and a half is they're saying, 4 hours a month, 48 hours a year, at time and a half. That really doesn't really amount to anything. And if you go in for 1 hour, say just for a random number, you're making $20 an hour, you make 30 for 1 hour to get out of bed and drive across the town.
Well-
turn the lights on.
We could do it, there's 2 ways. We can handle it with a minimum. We don't have to decide this right now. I was throwing that out as just a solution that we'll fix in December or in January. We can certainly put a minimum on it.
And then send it over to the town, so that-
But I think
Well, we
the
can't do
point is that it did seem like it would not change. It might, in the end, change it a little bit, but it's not gonna be a significant
Okay.
in terms of
personnel
co-operating.
services.
You're saying. for us.
Bear in mind, the 200 hours is essentially 4 hours a week. They traditionally only have court 48 Wednesdays a year. And if something falls on a holiday, it's canceled, or maybe some other. So in reality, there's probably about 45. Also, court is not usually 4 hours. Court is usually wrapped up within 3 in most cases. There's an occasional one, but it's the rarity more than the norm that runs into the 4th and 5th hour. So we've never had an issue where at the end of the year, we're just off by $400 or $500, and then we move some money around, so. I think we don't need to be putting such a fine brush stroke on every budget line, I guess, what the point I'm trying to make. But what we do have to decide is how much per hour we're gonna base it on. It was a little disconcerting to see that, the judges were asking for less for one person than 6%, but considerably more for the other person. What I'm proposing is a 6.3% increase for clerk to justice 1 and a 6.4% increase for clerk to justice 2. And that puts both of them up at a fairly, how about if we went to 21 instead of 2075 for clerk to justice 2? Let me just see what that difference is. It's about a $450 difference, but it takes it up to a 7.7% increase. It recognizes some of what we were told in comparison. But I have to be a little blunt. Both arguments we heard, that describes every one of our employees. They're all public facing employees. That's what we do. We work with the public.
And again, it was so good to hear our department heads advocating for the people that they work with. I think it shows a lot of respect for the work that they put in. But I would say the bottom line is that the duties and responsibilities of the job call for,
Right.
Knowing how the computer works, handling money accurately, dealing with the public. It's really the job title.
Yeah.
The fact that they've gotten better at it all the time is reflected in the annual raises. I know most people feel like they get better at their job than their performance increase would dictate. Matter of fact, years ago, we did a big study and it said that like 80% of Americans feel that they're underpaid. The question is how much underpaid do they feel? And that's the only real metric an employer can use. Again, I think we've done a great job over the course of the years, not just with this department, but with many, raising it substantially. And, again,
I mean, these employees 3 years ago were probably making 17 an hour. Now we're up to 21.
I think we should try to keep it around the same percentage across the board. If we're not, like we, that we're not gonna do it based off of totally, like, we can't do performance-based raises as a municipality. We have to keep it even across the board on how we divide them.
And we
I think we
did,
have to keep those numbers, I know you don't want to work on that. I think as far as increasing people's salaries wise, we gotta, for everyone, we have to kind of stay in the same range.
well, unless there's one that's way,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's one that hasn't had an increase in like
Yeah, I
3
think
years,
for
and that
me-
needs to move up because it hasn't had one at all.
well, nobody's gonna have that.
Yeah.
Nobody hasn't had an increase, but sometimes if you go from $20 an hour to $40 an hour, or 20 to 40, it sounds like a huge increase, but or say a week, let's just say, for example, somebody's making $200 a week, they go to 400, it's not,
Yeah, I think, I hear what you're saying. For me, the question, and I was looking back, because we have done some market adjustments in health and it was hugely significant. And for this particular employee, I couldn't tell if that had happened.
we added the health insurance last year.
Yeah, we did. And I know they were talking about tenure. I think it's been 7 years.
No, I don't think it's that long.
6.
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Yeah, so that would, I know then, the organizational meeting I found, the earliest one,
Right.
it was a $15 an hour job. 5
the
years
thing
ago.
too, the judges keep talking about, they don't want to have one clerk be the senior clerk, but yet they seem to want to do it.
But they're both sharing, from how they've approached it, it seems like they're sharing.
Right,
this
which is
clerk
why
regardless of
we-
them saying they want it separate, which has confused me on.
Which is
this
why we
part.
should be going back to both clerks serve both justices. The only reason it was changed was what I said to Justice LaFlamme, because one justice 3 years ago said, I'm not going to okay one of the clerks. So we separated them, so each one was a standalone clerk, but now they're working together anyway. So it kind of defeats the purpose of them being standalone clerks.
And we did establish that there's no supervisory clerk position there equivalent.
Correct.
We don't have one. If we did that, we'd have to.
One that does not exist that I'm aware.
And this is the only, I think that they would point their clerk themselves. That would be.
Yeah.
With our
The
consent.
supervisor with our consent for a higher level position. in the county. We would have to appoint them. And that's not.
Like when we get into two of the exact same positions, each position got 1 year more tenured, it was a partial year, or anything like that. How do we justify one with a 6.3% and one with a 7.7 if we're not allowed to give performance incentives going forward?
I'm not saying we're not allowed to give performance incentives. I'm saying we can look back, we can look at the job. In theory, they're one and the same, but if they're not functioning that way, you know, we can,
I'm trying to
I'm
wrap.
fine with leaving it to 2075 that I budgeted. I'm just saying that, you know, I plugged it in just to see what it would raise. For me, I would not want to go higher than 21.
I guess, I don't understand, can we or can we not do merit-based?
We can do whatever we want to do. We shouldn't do merit-based increases because as soon as you do merit-based increases, Mike Richardson will tell you, you throw everything.
The other thing is what's it based on, what's the metric?
Right.
You know, the metric right now for this merit-based increase, that the judges came down here and said they want one. Right, we're, you know, again, it's a very compelling argument, but based on what?
Well,
Yeah,
we
they're-
don't
they
have a
made that
standard-
case.
we don't-
Their
we don't have
opinion.
like a standardized form other than evaluation we give to every single employee each year to merit what we're gonna do for that.
Well, because we can't, we don't have, as I said, the only way we can raise revenue is taxes or fees. We can't just suddenly make more money. So we can't, so in the past, government in general, and our human resources consultant would back this and has backed it. You don't pay for merit in government, you pay, this is what this job pays. This is how much you get.
Yeah, I'm saying ethically, like we can't say that it's based off of. I mean, that, like, you can't say that it's based off of their merit and their work performance. We
No,
don't have a standard.
I wasn't necessarily saying that, I was just saying.
I don't think that's all.
What was brought to us was that this clerk does more function than in comparison. It's not each clerk does exactly the same duties for each judge. They do, whether we have it set up that they're working as a team or not, they're working as a team. And one is taking the lead more often than the other one. So that's all I was trying to say.
And I think for me, what I'm looking at is currently, I believe there's $8
$1.25 difference currently.
$1.25 difference currently between their hourly rate to pay. One of them was appointed this year,
Last fall.
last fall, like a year ago, sorry. And the other has worked for the town since at least 2017, which is where I saw
Yes.
that appointment. Yeah, so that's my only, for me, that is the sticking point is that difference of tenure, like is the starting wage that we started the newer clerk at, is it more far ahead than what the more senior clerk was started at, and therefore currently their wages are very close, even though there's a 5 or 6 year difference between those payments. So like we've been saying, we do an increase every year. So I
See, this is where, like, how the school board contracts are, I mean, the school teacher contracts, they're based on tenure, that at X number of years, you get a step increase or a bonus based on longevity. You get a longevity increase. So, I mean, I'm sort of throwing that into this too, for
What-
discussion.
But what if, I think what you're saying is that the starting salary has gotten to a point where you're almost at parity. A person with 5 years longevity is at parity with somebody who just started.
Yeah.
Is there a way we can say, okay, we'll set the baseline entry level for this position and then go back through and do an additional tenure bonus, not bonus, but pay adjustment based off of that?
Well, that's kind of what I've been trying to do in the last 5 years, because when I started, wages were all over the map.
Yeah.
You had people who were, and part of what caused the problem, my first year in office, the previous supervisor gave a bunch of people a raise the year prior to my getting in office without any funding, without any board approval, we just did it. And it made some people pay more than people who've been here longer because they started out alone. It's a philosophical question, but we've got to just sort of come up with an answer of how we're going to address it.
I also think there are practical considerations because people will say, well, yeah, we can only raise revenue for taxes and certain other means, but there's additional costs when you lose a person who's been doing a job for 10 years that has the experience and, they go get a higher paid job and then you have to train somebody new. It's not going to be as efficient. So, you have to take those things into
Yeah,
consideration.
but you got to remember where the money comes from.
So back to this, equalization question, where we're at now, clerk to justice 1, which is the newer, is 1 year behind now, the pay rate. So that if we continue the trend, that position will be what this, with what's proposed will be, at that what's proposed for clerk to justice 2 for this year, next year. So I'm approximately,
Depending
so
on
there
what
is a
we-
5-year difference between those appointments. So
Mhm.
that's, for me, that means I would be in favor of doing an adjustment to clerk to justice 2 a little beyond what is currently proposed in the budget
That's why I was
to
saying
make
20.
that adjustment, because they do have 5 years more in, rather than what it's.
Bear in mind
now.
though, Aaron, I just want to throw this, put in a little devil's advocate, when you're making that argument,
I
we're
know.
gonna come to some others that
I'm-
are 20 years different.
I'm prepared.
Yeah,
But I think that's what we're talking about, whether or not we need to do that and establish that as a precedent and then have a policy moving forward. I don't know if we can do that, and what we can impact our future board would do.
You
is say, okay, well, what they should do is do this where whatever the base is for the entry level positions and equivalent levels, is that's people start from that point and then you have a penny bonus based off of across the.
and that's actually what I've been doing the last 5 years, Michael, because when I came in, it was all over the map. And, you have a lot of competing factors. The minimum wage has been
Mhm.
escalating quickly.
Yep.
What a job that used to start at $15 an hour 5 years ago was not a bad wage, whereas now nobody was going to want to work for that. And so, but you got to keep the taxpayer in mind too.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that was my point earlier. There's another side of the taxpayer, which is you have to hire a new person, or if you have that job sitting vacant and then you're doing work, there are additional costs to the taxpayer as well. So there's, sometimes it's valuable to have one person at a certain level that's doing the job, or that it might take otherwise 2 people to do that same job. So
Mm.
you have to think.
Not in civil service, it doesn't work that way.
You have to be able to perform the duty and responsibility of the job that you have.
Right, but I'm saying, we can't deny the fact that somebody who's been doing the same job for 10 years is gonna be more efficient at it than somebody who might save a little bit on narrow rate, but they're not gonna have the experience. So
It's still the same job, same duties, same timeline, same job has to be completed, whether you're here for a year or 10.
right, but I'm saying the efficiency with which they do that, the cost of getting somebody back up to that level of efficiency, so should be factored in.
Yeah, and the other question you really have to ask yourself is, are these career jobs, or are they meant for people to, kind of accept the pace and the role, and if their skills have exceeded the position, maybe it is time for them to move on to something that's.
We've always made up the difference with our benefits, which is why I was strongly in favor of adding the dental this year and adding the vision next year. So,
Yeah, and I'm not talking about making comparison,
yeah.
working in private industry. But within the employees, if you're doing the same job, equal job, if there's somebody who's doing it for 5 years, it should be consideration for that. If it's the same job description, then that requirement.
I think
Well-
moving it to making it $21 an hour, even though it's a slightly higher increase for to justice 1, I think that's fair with the 65-year overtime. that
Okay.
they have.
Yeah,
I would be fine moving it to, I think, 21 an hour.
if I can ask if we, because otherwise we're gonna be
Yeah.
here for the next 3
I,
days.
that's fair,
Well-
since they applied for so much, other clerks started at a higher rate than they were originally hired at. I think
The only thing I'll say then is you can't do it in the justice court and then not bring it to the other department. So like I said, you can't, in my mind, you can't do one and not do everything. So,
No, I
Again,
agree.
we're not,
There's someone that had
we're not
it.
talking about an insignificant amount of money, because it's not the the hourly rate that we're seeing here. The hourly rate plus FICA plus social security plus everything else that goes along with it. So we're seeing 7.7 of, or $21 an hour. The total cost of that employee is probably closer to 40.
I bet if we split the difference, it would go to $20.85, which is a 6.87. 6.9, I'm sorry, 6.9.
I'm fine with the 6.9. I think that's also fair. And just as one, I do agree that it should be after 5 years in the job placement, since Court of Justice one started at a higher rate than they originally started at.
They also started at a time when there were 2 clerks in the same department, and they were the junior clerk. And
Yeah, there was a
so
full-time and a part-time.
it was as a part-time employee. I mean, I'm not trying to throw yet another curve in there, but when they started at $15 an hour, they were a part-time employee. Very different situation.
I mean, I'm fine with that. If
Yeah.
that's what we do across the board, then if we have, say, 2 after-school program people, one is working for 5 years, one is like, I know that that's not budgeted separately by person, but if it was that as an example, I'm fine with giving a slightly higher increase because of the high.
Yeah, after school is
No, I know, I mean, it's just an example. of the
Yeah,
position.
we should-
Including yours, say one.
we can call this position a full-time position. We shouldn't, part-time positions are a different animal. There's no health insurance involved. There's so many different factors.
It was just a position.
Yeah, no, I know, but we gotta be
Yeah, I
careful
know.
when we make examples so that they're apples to apples.
If we're looking at total compensation, we're also talking about an ancillary rate for after hours. That does factor into it. But we are, that was another piece of feedback that we're going above and beyond. We can also compensate.
Well, I'm not sure I've seen the evidence that they're doing 50 hours after hours. I just haven't seen it. I'm not saying it's not happening, but I don't think it's it's not in the time sheets.
Said that they go by themselves, just all what they said that she mostly goes by herself, it was mostly
Yeah.
the first couple, the first month. or so,
Yeah,
Didn't find paperwork and things, so.
so,
If there's an escalated rate.
Yeah.
that'll be a
that'll
different
be
story.
unanimous clause.
Okay, so 2085 and 1940? Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
Okay, so it is. I gotta figure out what this is gonna be. Somebody got a calculator handy, Karen?
Yeah, we all do.
Okay. 28 times 52 times $19.40.
28,246.40 cents.
Okay, 28,247.
So it's in there. So that one and the other one was in this.
200 times 1940, that's gonna be 3880.
Yeah. That's, yeah, we have that in there for that one.
Yeah,
And then the other one is.
so what I'm gonna do is add, well, I'm gonna leave it separated. It's the same budget category, so.
So for clerk to justice 2 on the 28 hours a week line, no, that would change. I mean, we're only talking about 100.
Yeah, so it's 28 times 52 times $20.85.
Yeah, so it's $30,357.
358, I always round up. And then the 200 hours times
4,170.
Okay. The security officers, it's 28 hours a week times 52 weeks, and I've averaged it out because the rates of pay for them currently varies from 15 to 16.50 an hour, and I'm proposing $1 an hour increase to go from 16 to 17.50, which is a range of 6% to 6.67%. Bear in mind, those are all part-time jobs, so I think it's reasonable. So the amount will be still 24,024. The court officers, we were proposing a change. We'll have to talk more about whether we change it or not, but what I'm proposing it is 64 hours sessions times 2 people for each session at $75 each, just as an average. So we still have to have the discussion of whether we create the new position or we leave it as is for constables. Either way, it's still the same budget line. So the 9,000 is 150 times 60 sessions.
If we do leave it as the constable, we still pay it at that, per quarter.
We could decide whether we do or don't.
All right,
We don't have to, we don't have to decide this moment.
Okay, just wondering if it would affect the budget.
It would actually lower it. So I'd rather leave the 9,000 in there for now.
Is the court busier in the last quarter of the year? Or because I'm just wondering for our actual expenditures so far this year, like we barely hit 50% of what we budgeted.
Not necessarily, no. But it's one of those, you can't really, it's not something that's easily predictable. I think you have to have a baseline that you expect of what you're gonna pay.
And how often did we only have one officer? We're budgeting for 2.
Yeah, we want to have 2, and there
Yeah.
are
We're
times,
budgeting for 2, but.
there's
in
times we
reality-
only had 1. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
That's what I was just wondering.
Yeah.
about was-
yeah,
I don't know the breakdown of that.
no. But we should budget for what we want to have as
Yeah.
opposed to what reality is.
No, agreed, I just wasn't
Yeah.
sure why.
Yeah.
Might be a lot of holiday shopping.
No, it's just, there were some cancellations of some court dates. And so, that was through the end of August. The law research books, the 1,500 seems reasonable.
Do you know if they bought any this year with the 500 that was budgeted?
Yes, but I'd really rather not get it. The receipt got lost. It never got to us. Judge LaFlamme finally threw up her hands and said, "I'm buying it myself."
Fair enough, all right.
Thank you.
No, that's fine, I was just wondering, because I was thinking they buy one this year to use up that budget line, but
No.
never mind.
No,
I know, I'm sorry. All right, I didn't realize I was gonna start the tour.
it's just the day-to-day frustration sometimes of the job is, I don't bring every little nuance to you guys.
No, that's fine, fair enough.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if there was a reason.
So
why
the
they
short
had to
answer
do
was
a back
yes,
order or
they
something.
did
They
buy a
but they
book.
didn't produce a receipt.
The receipt never got to us. The company kept saying it did, and my office offered to try to solve the problem, and the judge decided she would solve it herself. So,
All right.
yeah. The chairs, even if we buy 4 chairs, I think $1,800 was a little excessive. I cut it to $1,200. I think $300 a chair is a reasonable amount.
Well, fine. Chairs are crazy expensive.
Yeah, but I also don't think they're $450 a chair either.
I'm shocked when I do it. But I'm fine cutting it. I think you should be able to.
We bought about 4 or 5 new chairs this year and haven't spent over $200 yet on a chair. And every one of them is
Well, you're
comfortable.
looking in some expensive places.
That was the brand name that I mentioned when we talked.
It doesn't mean we have to buy that brand.
Just commenting on Aaron's comment.
I know.
It's almost time.
Yeah, well,
Talking about budget.
we're gonna have to keep going now because we got a long way to go yet.
We have to prioritize the budget and not the draft laws.
Well, we have a moratorium that's about to run out too, so tell me what you want to work on.
We'll have to do budget.
So let's finish on the,
So can I throw one more thing in?
Sure.
We can finish the budget on Thursday.
yeah,
We can't do the laws. The laws have to be done tonight in order to get them on the November. So.
I was making a joke. Because you make
Exactly.
Okay.
You're not wrong.
Okay. Supplies and materials. They didn't ask for anything. I think they didn't feel comfortable asking. They spent $395 so far. I upped it to $600. Now bear in mind that 1,060, that's the negative, is things that were purchased in December that were paid for in January. I don't necessarily know what those were, but,
Mike, what's the difference between supplies and materials in the court and office supplies?
the office supplies, and it's gonna sound sarcastic, but office supplies is just that, office supplies, whereas supplies and materials were things, the judge's robe with $365 of it. And then there's about $50 or $60 of various A&M hardware stuff.
Okay, cool.
You know,
So the road cost.
the robe,
We don't.
which we won't have to
We don't
purchase
have
this
to
year because we don't have a new judge this year. So,
purchase.
so maybe we can cut that back down.
Yeah, let's cut it to,
You want to go to 500? You want to go back to 400?
let's go back to 400.
Okay.
But we should remember that when there's a new.
Yep.
Just as we got a budget for the road.
Yep. The office supplies, we budgeted 5, we upped it to 1,000, they spent 620 so far. Leave it at 1,000. Professional services, I upped it at their request, I can't remember. No, it wasn't at their request, but they didn't ask for it, but they must have asked for something in the writing.
Shredding.
Oh, the shredding.
The shredding, yes.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Yes. So it's 2,000, sound okay?
I think that's what they said, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prosecutors, we've always been around the 7,000. I borrowed 300 of it. Bear in mind that that's through August, but that's really probably through June. So it's probably in the neighborhood of the 7,000, maybe even a little higher. He hasn't raised his rates in forever, and I don't think he's planning on it next year.
Okay.
So 7,000 sound okay, or should I go up to 7,500?
I'm 7,000.
Okay. Stenographers, we do it on an as-needed basis. It got in there because one year we put it in the budget for it, but. The PO box, I'm going back from what I used to bill them separately for their PO box because they sort of work as a standalone thing, and then the generic PO box for the rest of the town falls under a generic. Then somehow it all got paid 2 years ago out of one budget line, but I'd like to go back to their PO box as their own thing because it's very unique to them. So that's the $90. The education and conference with 2 clerks, $1,500 each seems to be a reasonable amount. So 3,000. is what I'm budgeting, and they did go this year. That's not included in that expenditure. That was part of it, but not all of it was in there. The mileage, they're asking for mileage to go back and forth to Ulster Savings Bank. I still question why either A, they need to go, why we can't just do a locked bank bag and send our guy, or that our guy can't just drive them. Because what it sounds like from the description is they're going there at the end of the day and then driving home.
Yeah, they did it just before.
Yeah.
They go at the end of the day, you know, home.
We haven't been paying mileage in the past. I'm not saying that we should or shouldn't, but 960 sounds like an awful lot of money.
What's the earmark?
It's like the Ulster Savings.
Stone Ridge. I believe, and I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but I believe one of the clerks is on their way home. I think it was passed.
And you do, if we don't have to come back to the court afterwards, if there's no on the way home, like, obviously we should come to it for driving there, but
Yeah.
I don't think that.
I still have a hard time, the town clerk and the supervisor for years have been doing a locked bank bag that we put the checks in, we hand them to our employee who takes it to Ellenville and deposits it. I know that they want to use the Ulster Savings and I'm okay with that, but I don't know why we can't do the same process. I'm not so sure we don't have our town clerks taking money
Right,
from the
right,
bank.
right. Is that a decision that,
The judge has made that decision.
yeah, but I was gonna say, we can't really overrule
I
that
don't know.
decision because it's.
It's their funding, so I
Yeah.
guess not.
But I also, policy wise, for mileage, it would seem, I don't know if they're doing it during work hours or not, but I would think, I'm trying to remember the mileage reimbursement. I would
62.5
definitely,
cents right now.
definitely from the court to the bank, but I don't know about if the bank, I don't know about that, like,
Well, if they're leaving the bank and then going home from there.
right, that's just like we
It's
work.
only 6.7 miles in 4 months, will be savings bank, which our mileage will be for 20.
And is that?
They have to go every 72 hours. They can't hold money greater than 72 hours.
And then we have.
So say in excess 3
I
times.
think we can.
Oh, you might be through, though.
It would be twice.
I think everyone twice a week.
The other thing is, some further in the budget, I'm proposing a generic town car for this very thing, and then we wouldn't be reimbursing them, then we'd say, take the town car.
You'd have to
I
drive
think it's
over
a
there.
500 fair, because twice a week, if we're paying them to go there, if they're leaving after, they're not doing it, coming back to the courthouse during normal hours.
Yeah,
We're paying them one way, that's $500.
well, but bear in mind too, if they go to a conference, we are having to pay them mileage for the driving to the conference too, so on top of that.
So 600? We'll go up 100.
Okay,
We have to include
Okay.
the extra on.
well, we're gonna need to come up with a policy.
Yeah,
this.
absolutely, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so. Postage. I'm gonna up it to 1,200 from the 1,100, I think. It's just. Okay. So we raised the supervisor report by $66 from what we. Supervisor. I put in, I raised to $950 a week, which is what the town clerk currently is making.
Yeah.
It's what it was asked for last year.
Well, this is where I thought, this is why I brought up what I said earlier, that, I believe that a market adjustment for the supervisor's position, is warranted. So it's not, I do not think we should think of this as a raise,
but more adjusting a salary to match both that a supervisory position should pay more than the positions in that office that are under it, I believe. And also, just in terms of, it is absolutely not out of line with other supervisor salaries in Ulster County. So I feel like this, it's not even the highest, wage that we pay in town, and, you know, for our employees. So I think it's appropriate. And I also would just like us to frame it as a market adjustment, because we're not saying that this is something that we're gonna be doing every single year. We're saying this is something that needs to happen
Well,
this
this is
year.
getting it up to where, so in the future, we can give it a 4 or 5
Yeah.
or 3% increase. Bear in mind too, historically, and I last year tracked, there was about 7 or 8 years where supervisor didn't take a raise when other people did.
Yes, I actually went back,
I
because
went
I
back
was
20
curious about
years
that
last
too.
year.
There has not been a market adjustment on this position, so it is.
And if people come and ask for the quote unquote job description, the answer is the law is the job description. And one of the first agenda items at the organizational meeting is you give the supervisor the authority to administer the day-to-day operations of the town, and that's anything and everything, including the 7 emails that I've gotten tonight while I'm sitting here. So,
Yeah, and also if you think about it in that way, you're talking about a supervisory role over 20 employees. That market value for that is about
50.
$80,000.
50 employees.
So the starting, and that's not even the budgetary aspects of it, so I think it's fair. You know, unfortunately, like Supervisor Baden just said, there isn't a, here's how town board should determine what elected officials need. Because we don't, once elected into office, you don't have any control over how that person functions in their position. However, we as a board do have every right to say what we think that position should be doing. And I believe it's in the interest of the town for that position to be considered a active position that takes full-time hours, that is not someone who's not doing work, but someone who's actively doing work, and that just a base pay for something like that should be at least $50,000 a year, and that's in line with what we have. That's what I think.
I'd say too, that a supervisory position that handles the administration of 50 people, $4 million budget, and $1 billion in assets.
$5 million budget.
$5 million budget. And, the $1 billion in assets, you know, should be paid in comparison to the higher earners in our town.
Yeah.
You know, when we talk about the open market, you know, this same position wouldn't pay $5 more an hour. It would literally pay 5 times what the town's able to pay it. The other thing is as we think about, you know, one day, and I know you don't like to talk about it, Mike, but succession planning, I think the amount of compensation that we're able to give our supervisor shouldn't prevent somebody that qualified from looking at the position. For me, this is future planning of the town as well. And to your point about you know, forget, you know, any raise, but that 3 or 4% annual over the course of years and years and years puts this position in the, you know, $10,000 deficit. So for all those reasons and a lot more, I'm going to support the market adjustment.
Okay. Anybody have any?
I think it's low, but I know people tend to think of this position and focus on individuals and personalities, and then the reality of this position is it's an elected position. And if people don't like the current supervisor or don't like the job that's being done, then they can always vote for the next person. But the problem is you can't vote for somebody who's not going to apply to be in the job. If you don't have an adequate compensation, that's commensurate with what people would make in other positions for maintaining, I don't know if you're very much with that.
This one over.
If you're not competitive from a salary perspective, we're not going to be able to draw the interest and have that pool of potential candidates that are going to want to do that. So, I mean, I think this is more than fair. If you look at where we fall compared to other salaries in the county, we're right in the middle. And I don't think necessarily that all of the supervisors kind of put in the time that's being in this town. I think the other thing that I don't know that we have on the sheet is how big their offices are. Because the work needs to get done regardless of who's in the position. And if there's not somebody who's going to do that position as a supervisor, you're going to have to add supplementary employees.
Well, I can tell you, New Paltz, I recently found out has a comptroller
Yeah.
who does all the financial. Marlboro, which pays a very low town supervisor salary, but it has
They appoint
a
a budget.
firm that is their budget officer,
Yeah. So,
and they pay them $70,000 a year.
yeah, so you're going to pay for it one way or another. The books, people need to keep the books and people need to run town. So,
We have 2 employees to do all the bookkeeping, run everything on the day-to-day operations, all the financial, all the human resources, all the purchase ordering. That's it.
Yeah. And I can easily fill this out. I could easily fill this out with the office line. Our neighboring towns, the supervisor office line is more than what our for the,
I wasn't disparaging.
yeah.
This is
No,
all-
no,
I
I'm
appreciate
saying,
it.
well,
You have.
no. The clerk's office put together the salary numbers. I only, put in the populations and.
Yeah, because I was asked to put together the elected officials plus the various deputies.
Yes. But we could, but just so, to that point,
Mhm.
that other towns might have a lower supervisor salary, but I did look at the neighboring towns and the personal services total for that office is higher than what ours is. So it's not, it's not necessarily in a vacuum, but I do think that this town has been served by dedicated, hardworking supervisors. The current one is no exception to that, that are putting in active work. And that's been, I think, historical from what I understand. And I do think that we should be thinking of the role in that way. I don't see that changing. And we can change it, though, the process to lower salaries is not.
It's, yeah.
I
You
think
can't
it's
lower,
reasonable.
you can't lower a salary less than what was published in the
Draft.
in the preliminary.
In the preliminary, and it's not
Preliminary,
yet,
so it's in
subject to
tentative
that.
stage now, so it could be lower.
it could be lowered now, but in mid-year.
Yeah, you can't change it once it's adopted.
Well, I think we know we're all gonna get feedback on that, so let's have that conversation.
Okay,
Not weigh in.
so I'm gonna leave the 49,400.
Yep.
Okay, bookkeeper secretary, I'm proposing 6.245. This brings it up to 21.25. The previous person was doing 21 an hour, but this is the case where it's an appointed position. The previous person did have a lot more experience. So I started the new person at 20, which is what the previous one before him was making. So, but I'm proposing it at 21.25 an hour. So, And you'll also see that now the supervisor is actually making more. Because right now they're not. Equipment, I'm not proposing anything in particular, so I'm gonna leave that at 0. Office supplies, I'm gonna stick with the 600, it seems to be reasonable. Professional services, it was higher this year for, why was it higher this year?
Training for ADP?
No, it wasn't anything to do with ADP. I'm gonna have to tell you what, if I have it here. Give me a minute to get through it. Oh, the original purchase of the QuickBooks was $21.50. No. So what goes into the professional services is the cost of our weekly payroll services. Or maybe 2,000 is not enough. It needs to be a little bit higher. The ADP costs are approximately looks like they average about $90 to $95. So I guess it should be about 5,200 then, or 5,000. So I don't think I properly calculated that. So I'm gonna put in 5,000 if that's okay.
Instead of the 6.
Instead of the, oh, that's the ADP, never mind. Never mind.
That's right, the 2001 was 6,000.
Yeah, I did split it up. Never mind. They were all built in one place last year, so thank you. I had to scroll down one more. I'm gonna leave the 6,000 then for the ADP. The question is, do we need to leave the 2,000 for the professional services? I don't know if that was a licensing or a purchase.
I mean, most people are transitioning to annual license models, so I would not be surprised that when they're doing this.
Yeah, I think we should leave the 2,000 until we're sure.
For
Okay.
QuickBooks, you're saying?
Yeah,
That's a pretty good deal for perpetual.
Annual. yeah.
okay, well, we
Leave
paid
it at
2150, so I'm gonna leave it at, the initial may have been a little bit more, so I'm gonna leave it at 2,000. Or should I go to, I'll go to 2,200. And then 6,000 is the 80. The accountant, with the QuickBooks, the cost of the accountant has gone down. We paid about 10,000 this year. I got it at 12 for right now. I can go to 11.
Is that done? Do you think that's gonna be the total expenditure for the year? 9,000?
There probably won't be any more this year. We tend to get their bills February through May, because that's when they're doing our A&D. Occasionally, we reach out to them for something. Here, let me see what it is right as of right now, because we did recently reach out to them about something.
Is the QuickBooks gonna reduce that number by anything significant?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, but that number was already when we were in QuickBooks transition,
Oh.
so, yeah. We've actually spent 10,245 with the accountant this year. The bill in May for the AUD was 9,200. And since then, we've gotten 2 other invoices from them for about 1,000 total for just some guidance that they've given us. So keep it at 12?
Yeah.
Okay. Public notice advertised, the supervisor doesn't really do much advertising. It's usually town board occasionally. We have one so far that was $20. I put in 50 as a placeholder. We could lower that. In reality, the $20.24, I probably could have billed it to the town board. But it got already billed to the supervisor, so. Should I leave it at 50 or go down to 25 or go to 0? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go to 25 with it. I just I don't think it's gonna happen. That we need it.
Budget down. So do you need it as a placeholder or you just want to limit it?
We could, yeah, let's just eliminate it. If we need to add it in, we can. Education conference, I did have an expense since that time. We had $90 for one training that I went to. The $1,000 is essentially in there if we decide to go to the one in person, either in Saratoga or New York. It's unlikely that I'm going to.
We as in you, because we captured that under the board fees already.
For you four, mine comes out of this
That's
line.
fine.
This is supervisor. We go down to 500 if you want. The mileage, I'm gonna ask that we stay at 1,500 because it's, and I'm not sure why I didn't put anything in for postage. Or did I? No, I did not. There should have been something in there. Obviously, we got $500 in postage.
Put 500.
Well, we've had 512 through August. I think it should be probably the 800 that was in there previously. I'm not sure why that left out, but it did. The auditor is a 0. We do our own in-house bank reconciliation now. We will never have another charge. Tax collector, I'm proposing a increase, 6% on the nose of $6 a week. It's $100 right now, which was a significant increase in 2022 from what it was previously. So, are people okay with that? So that's 55. The clerk is not asking for any equipment. That calculator and printer were carryovers from this year. The office supplies, she said 500. I went with it. They spent 278. This is for tax collector, not clerk. So I think 500 is probably reasonable. The public notice is advertising. They usually have one notice a year. So I think 70 is okay. The education conference, they do it through the clerk's office. The postage is a big one. That's
That's a lot of postage.
every tax bill.
That's wild.
And that, yep, we spent a lot on postage from the clerks. So 6,500 seems to be okay.
Yeah.
The budget officer, I'm asking for an increase on that from $156 to $175 a week. That is in addition to the supervisor, so that is a 12% increase. So I'll let you tell me what you want to do. It was 150 previously. We did a 4% increase this year to 156. If we were to do a 6% increase, it would be
155.
165, 166, $10. But it's also got to be divisible by 52.
Yeah, 166, but yeah, that's a difference of like less than $500.
Anybody have any issues with the 9100? Okay. That's the only line item in that. I'm not proposing any equipment. Not proposing any new software. Purchasing, we cover that through the supervisor's assistant now. So that's a 0. The assessor. I'm proposing an increase for the assessor of $6.04%, which is an increase of $39 from 646 to 685. We are contractually obligated, I think, to give him a minimum, I believe, if we go back to the contract, I think it's a minimum of 2% increase.
Yeah.
But we can increase however we choose to, we just can't go less than that. I think it is in line with what we're doing for everybody else. So that would be 35,620. The assessor field worker, that position. It is a proposed new position by the assessor for 20 hours work a week. He's possibly proposing, and I've discussed it briefly with Supervisor Walsh at Rosendale. I don't remember if I had the discussion with Supervisor Parity, but Supervisor Walsh was willing to have the conversation. If we are going to do an in-house reassessment, which we probably should be working toward over the next 2 years, this would go a long way toward it. Otherwise, we're going to end up hiring a firm to do it at considerably greater than this. What this will do is help. Now, if we do it at the 20 hours a week, we're not going to pay any benefits because it's not a full-time job. If we merge it with all 3 towns, then we'll be sharing the cost of benefits. So he's proposing it, the assessor is proposing that position at $20 an hour for 20 hours. It is a position we have the availability to fill right now. We already have an assessor field worker position created. But I think this is somebody going out in the field, reviewing properties, taking photos, measurements. It's a skilled position. So anything less than 20 an hour, I don't think it's going to get anybody qualified for it.
Yeah, I think in his budget request, he requested 22
Did he?
an hour. Yeah.
I thought it was 20. Oh, data collector, 22 an hour.
But that's for the same purpose, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I put it in at 20.
So,
Let's keep it at 20.
yeah.
Okay. Are we okay with adding it though? Because it is an added position.
I think
but I think
Just
it's,
given what the request is, I mean,
yeah.
I think we would benefit from that, but
Let's see, I'm just thinking at $2 more an hour times 20, that'd be an extra $40 a week times 52, it's an extra $2,000 a year.
I think the tough thing is the proposal that it be a shared, and I don't know how much control we'll have over the hourly pay. But we would.
Well, I'm putting it in now as just us. If
Okay.
we move forward with the discussion that it's shared, then we can offer benefits. And if we offer benefits, then we can offer a little bit less in pay because the benefits are gonna make the difference. Now, admittedly, we will have to find the money for the benefits if we share it, but we're only gonna be paying the benefits on 20 hours. 40 hours. So,
What did our assessor put back on tax rolls this year? I know we were talking.
about 16 million. The year before was about 20. It's not so much that they put it back on the roll.
No,
but
well, it was
it's-
adjusted correctly, and I know he said that if he had more field workers,
He
that-
thinks he could have gotten more.
Is that because we're having an issue keeping up with the amount of building and,
Yes,
conditions that we're not reassessing?
correct.
So I think that's what people should understand, too. It's not.
not a money grab, it's just making sure that.
Right, and it helps you keep up because, you know,
I mean,
new properties
essentially,
get assessed and other properties.
you hit it. We have almost $1 billion in property value in the town, and we have a full-time and a part-time person running now. And that's it.
One more person to take some measurements.
Right. Frees up the assessor. He's also gonna change the way he does his hours. Currently, he does like a half a day here and a half a day there. He's gonna do 2 full days for us, 2.5 full days. Two full days, and then a half a day for us next year. And he thinks he can get more accomplished that way than doing 4 hours for us and 4 hours up there in one day, so. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it in at the $20 an hour. The assessor's aid, I am proposing, and this is, to some degree a merit, although we had budgeted for the previous assessor aid, $17.50 an hour. We started a new assessor aid at 17 in February. So I'm proposing a 8.8% increase up to $18.50. Also, that is going to be the new baseline for 2023 for our lowest paid clerk. We will not have a clerk paid less than $18.50. Currently it's 17. I'm proposing an increase in the lowest paid employee.
I'd say too, for the same reasons that our planning and zoning board and our judges said, these are our front-facing employees in a very tough situation. They get a lot of flack, again, just nature of the business. So I think that's more than appropriate.
Well, it's a 66% from what we had budgeted. We had a new employee start that was still learning this year and has more than learned. So what I like to do in the first year of employment is a minimum of a $1 an hour raise, no matter what the percentage is. Because to me, when you start, there's that growth. And then, the curve would flatten out as the longer you've been with the company, with the town. So if everybody's okay with that, then I'm gonna
The dollars for justice one month, continue for a year now. And that's the changes that we're gonna follow.
we could, part of the reason I was doing that too is because the Court of Justice one was started at 18, whereas this one started at 17.
Got you, follow, okay.
I'm trying to get the 1850 to be
The standard, okay.
this bottom. So, the Court of Justice one was already being paid for a higher skilled position. So, they were already not at this is sort of the starting clerk's rate of pay was 17, now it's going up to 18.50. The desk was a request from the assessor. He was looking this year and then decided he'd wait till the budget. So does 1,500 seem reasonable?
That's good.
Yeah, we did.
That was lower.
We did.
600? I can't remember exactly what the number is.
We said 675 for this year, but he was having a lot of trouble finding something at that rate. Should we could go down to 1,200?
Yeah, he said, he put 1,500 in. Most of the lesser expenses are functional best seems to be around 1,200 to 1,300.
Okay.
But then I don't know if he's trying to get two desks. Then he said, I hope to find another desk if the one I picked out, which is about 600 to 700.
No, he's only going for one desk. But the original one he picked out was 600 or 700, but then we found out that it came in pieces and we had to put it together, and the shipping costs. The cost of the desk was 600 to 700. And then there was another $300 in shipping costs, and so we can lower it to 1,200 if you want.
Let's go to 13.
Okay.
That was the high end of what you said.
Okay. The tablet would be helpful for him for outside or for the assessor field worker.
No, it will be split among the two towns.
I was gonna ask for the trees.
Yeah, he
That answered my
Wow.
question.
He's asking for a third of the.
He
cost.
said it's 170. He was thinking 500. I don't think you can get it for under 600, so that's why I put 200.
So he
But it
said,
would be
yeah.
split between the three
He'll
towns.
be using the same tablet.
The office supplies, 1,000 seems to be, I think, reasonable. We spent 540 so far this year. The Board of Assessment Review, they get $300 each. That's the 1,500, and then the one time a year that the 6 of them, the 5 Board of Assessment Review and the assessor meet, we supply them food for that day. So I'm basically saying $25 each for the food and 300 for their work. So that comes out to the 16.
Are we allowed to buy their food?
I don't understand.
We are.
We can't pay for lunch for employees, but we can.
We can for them because they're meeting over at dinner time kind of situation.
You schedule a holiday party on there.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
Mandatory holiday party.
Are we allowed to? Maybe not. It's never been questioned before. We've always done it. If you want me to get an opinion of whether we can or not, I will, but we've always fought them. The way they did it this year, they used to just get a deli platter and bring it in. This year, they just took, and they saved us money. They just took orders and went to go deli and got 6 sandwiches. And it came out to be $54.20. So. Software, he's asking for some software program. I can't remember what it was. Do you have it in front of you there? I don't think he had a cost for it, and I put in $500.
Yeah, it mentioned software in this comment sheet.
I may have added
I
that.
remember he was talking, kind of mapping and stuff.
He has been talking about software that he was trying to get the county to buy, and it didn't look like the county was gonna buy into the idea. So,
I think he put a question mark in his, yeah,
Okay.
he put a question mark in his.
so I'm gonna put in the $500 as a placeholder, because I love that software that he was trying to get the county to buy, but I don't.
No way it's gone.
No, I know. I'm
But
still,
what-
But maybe it's 15.
I'm still holding
way
it.
it's
I'm still holding out. The county will change their mind. Public notices advertising, that seems to be right. They gotta do, they think 3 a year. Education conference,
That covers both him, he has mandatory, and then he said there's some. people
Yeah.
that would go- Or for. I'm
Yep.
sorry, for-
he, Mike never went to trainings. Jeremy really likes it, and he's come back with a lot of information. So I think it's really useful. So I think we should budget for 2,000.
Just a question, are we the only ones that are paying for his education or?
Nope. It's in discussion. only because it was not in the contract because it never happened previously.
Right.
Both have indicated that they will, it's just a matter of getting all the bills together.
Okay.
For them. Yeah. The mileage, I think, 750 is probably okay.
Can I make a point though, if we hire the assessor field worker, they're gonna be driving around their entire day.
Yep, but hopefully by then we'll have a vehicle that they can drive. Get off the golf cart. Postage. We budgeted 1,000, spent 300, that's before we sent out all the notices in the fall of the reminders and the exemptions. So,
And I think if we're planning on doing more property evaluation,
yeah, yeah, 1,100, okay, or should I go to 1,000? We'll do 1,000. Okay. Town clerk, well, it's up to you.
Let's make a target.
For time or
Well,
for
for
page
millions.
number?
Page numbers and then let's see.
I'll tell you, if we get to,
What do you think we need to be in good shape? for when-
I would love to be done with general government support, which is quite a ways away, but I don't think we're gonna have as much discussion as we've been having on things coming up too.
Okay.
Let's push for that, because we have two other things. we want to talk.
Yeah,
Where does it-
well, the housing won't take long, but the
Yeah.
codes are at least an hour. Want to stop at 9 o'clock, no matter where we are?
Let's leave at 9, let's finish.
See where we
our
are.
page.
Okay. Okay, so we're on town clerk.
Is that how we-
I thought you were so practical, I did not criticize.
The town clerk asked for a $50 a week raise. I upped it to a 6%, which is a $57 a week raise.
All right.
Um, The first deputy clerk, she has asked that that person be up to 40 hours a week. I think in this day and age, it is needed. Because when they close the doors at 4 o'clock, they still gotta cash out for the day. Public's walking in the door until 2 minutes after 4. The deputy clerk is regularly there until 4:30, and even though I tell her to bill us, she does not. So, I think the 40 hours a week is justified. Also proposing an increase of, well, it looks like it's a huge increase because of the additional hours, but it's $1.20 an hour increase from 1950 an hour to $20.70. We are proposing though cutting back the deputy town clerk 2 from a full 35 hours. That was one we shared with the highway secretary. We're going to cut that position back to 25 hours if the clerk even decides to fill it. At the moment, she's not looking to fill it. So,
Second deputy.
second deputy clerk, yep. And then the third deputy clerk, I'm proposing bringing that one up to $1.50 an hour like we did the assessor from the 17, which was our current lowest clerk, to the 18.
Is the decision on the second deputy clerk, is that possibly going to be made to the point where we move the budget or?
So the deputy clerks, we fund them, the town clerk has the option to fill them.
But if they don't fill, like next year, they decide not to fill up, that money is not.
Just money just isn't spent. But if we don't put something in there and she decides I don't think we can function. Essentially, the third deputy clerk, bear in mind, is pretty much over here.
Yeah.
So I think my guess is that during the year, Kate is going to decide that she wants to fill that position. She has said 25 hours a week will be more than enough though. She doesn't want to fill it with a full-time person.
Okay.
So at 25, we don't offer benefits. Which is also why I'm proposing it at $18 an hour, because if we decide to fill it, we can always adjust it if we choose to, if we want to, or if we want to leave it at 18.
Should that be the part-time next year? Budget one?
Yes, it should. Thank you. Good catch.
I understand, I know that we're increasing hours for the deputy for one,
Mm-hmm.
but I would like to advocate that we match the hourly wage that we assign to the clerk of justice to 20.85 on that one. That's what we just did for another longer time employee.
A lot
A
longer.
lot longer.
You're saying move. What is it that we?
So instead of $20.70, it'll be $20.85.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we are increasing it by 5 hours a week.
Yeah, I just.
And there is another stipend that we're looking to add. I'm just pointing out all the details for people who may not have caught that. So I'm okay with it. For 2085, we said?
Yeah.
Okay, so that comes out to 43,368. You got it. And then, so the second deputy clerk is, we're gonna keep it the 18 at 25 hours, right? And the third is 1850 at 35 hours, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she's not proposing any equipment. Office supplies, I think 700 seems reasonable, we spent 500. Professional services is 0. The bank reconciliation, she does continue to use not a consultant, but a contractor to do her bank reconciliation. She feels more comfortable doing that. It's her choice. We spent 1,600 so far this year. I think probably 2,500 is probably more a realistic number. She had said 2,000, but I don't think 2,000 is enough. The software is the subscription fee to the town clerk software that she uses and tax collector software she uses. The public notices advertising is just an occasional $200.
Where is the rest of the software? The office, is it broken up?
What office?
So you're, like, let's say if we have,
If it's for a specific, if it's a software for a specific department, I bill it to the department. If it's used by more than one department, you'll see coming up. We haven't gotten there yet.
that's a.
Yep. She uses the I can't think of the name of it. Sorry, COVID fog.
I won't remember.
Yeah. Like the QuickBooks is specific for the accounting. So that's why that goes under the supervisor. Education and conference, I think 1,000 is probably reasonable. The 2 deputies usually go. Mileage, 200 seems to be okay. The postage, I think 500 seems reasonable. Attorney is a guess. I'm basically saying 1,000 a month for the supervisor. The attorney is going to stay at 175 an hour. So Don't look at the current numbers though, because we are several months behind on that.
Right.
Great.
Town board, I think 20,000 seems to be okay, which is a little bit less than 2,000 a month. The planning board, we're gonna lower considerably based on the conversation we had where they're gonna, you know, I think if we accept that policy where we start billing meeting time to the applicants, he ran numbers for me and came out with approximately 50 hours.
Outside of what would be built on.
Correct. So I'm budgeting 11,250. That's at 225 an hour. Building in a little bit into it. A little bit of
What did you say, 11,250?
11,250 is the number. I'll put it in there. The planning board. ZBA, I meant to ask the chair what they thought it should be, because even if it was $200, $200 an hour, that's 25 hours a year. That might be more than what really needs to be. Now, it was a little inflated this year because it was still the carryover from the Hoots lawsuit and stuff.
And I think this year, there was a full turnover of the board, and they wanted the
Yeah.
attorney present at the meeting,
Yeah.
and I have a hunch that they don't feel like they need that.
We'll go down to 4,000?
Yeah.
Okay. The town clerk, I think 1,500 seems to be reasonable. Code enforcement, I think the 3,000 covers us. We didn't use them much this year, but we've been in a moratorium for an awful lot this year, and so they haven't needed them. The other departments are just sort of a generic. The assessor occasionally needs the attorney. I think 500, it's 3 hours of work over the course of the year. The bond counsel is if we take out a bond, that's renewing the bond only costs us about $500. If we take out a new bond, it's about $1,500. So in the event that we have to take out a bond, we should budget for it. Other counsel is just our sort of fail-safe in case we need to consult another counsel. This year we didn't, last year we did. But still, that lowers us by $9,250 for the attorney. Personnel, professional services at $200 a month to Mike Richardson, plus any additional costs we have for professional services for personnel. I think 3,600 probably a good placeholder. Education and conference, that would be if we spent any money to bring in somebody. We are supposed to once a year. We have fallen a little behind in not doing it. Had an annual sexual harassment training for all employees. And that's what that $1,000 essentially my placeholder for next year. The engineer, this is for anything we would use the engineer for that wouldn't be highway related. This year we didn't spend any money. Last year we spent some. Anybody have problems with the 4,000? If you need them, we're going to spend that much.
Yeah.
If you don't need them, the money's there.
This would be mostly town improvements.
Town improvements, you know, the barn that we keep talking about taking down because it can't really be safe anymore. We need to get an engineer to come in and tell us how to take it down. That's just an example. I know it's going to be a very touchy subject, but it's condemned and has been for quite some time. Elections, we're not planning on having any. Records management can be a 0. The equipment we're buying the scanner this year, so we don't have to put any money there. Unless we want to budget in the 1,800 that we're gonna have an overage of this year, but I think we can take that out of fund balance. Excuse me. Supplies and materials. I think 250 seems reasonable. We don't usually buy very much for record management.
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
I don't know, the scanner, is that just to digitize, or will that be increasing our like printing?
It will be increasing our cost of printing, but we're gonna be able to print large scale maps now that we now have to go to Staples and get copies of and do it in-house.
Yes. Oh, I just, would those printing supplies need to go in?
No, the scanner was just in records management because it was from the grant.
Oh, okay, got
We haven't gotten there yet.
it. Okay, got it.
General printing and, yeah, there will be some, but I'm guessing in the first year, what comes with it probably will mostly last. So I doubt we're gonna spend much the first year. We'll have a better idea after year one, how much we spend on,
Mhm.
how often we use it. The professional services there. The reason it's up to from the 7,500 to 3,750 is the additional 30,000 that is gonna come, be spent in 2023 because the grant ends in January. I mean, the grant ends in December, so those expenses will be in 2023 for the record management. There's a revenue line offsetting it. So it's budget neutral. Even though it's a big number. Yeah. Public information. We'll keep all that at 0. Unless somebody wants to. We're at 9. Do you want to stop at buildings?
Sure.
I think it's fine, and we could just, I mean, if we decide we got through everything else. we can-
Good point. Buildings is where we get into the lengthy. Now we're at the utilities, so we could have some more lengthy discussions. Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody. So just come prepared Wednesday night. We're gonna really have to dive into it, and then Thursday we can finish up, but I think we got a good handle on it. I listened in to your meeting the other night. I think we should do, personally, I think we should do the housing interviews on the 16th, that Wednesday night.
At the work.
The question is, I think 10 minutes is more than enough time to allow each person. Still, if all 13 people say yes, that's 2 hours and 10 minutes right there. Do we want to start at 6:30? Do we want to start the meeting earlier at 6?
I'm fine with starting.
I'm okay with that.
So if we start, so I'm gonna ask for a resolution that we change the workshop meeting.
Yeah, I may be in Virginia driving back that day, but if I'm not there, if I have to come in.
Okay,
So I'm not-
it's Wednesday the 16th. It's our normal workshop meeting. Instead of 6:30, we're going to 6.
I'm trying to do my meeting before.
So I'm asking for a resolution to change the workshop meeting for November 16, 2022 to 6 p.m. at the Harold Lipton Community Center.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained. Oh, and request the town clerk circulate this. Now, just so you have in mind, if after the November 3rd budget hearing, we want to make any changes to the budget, we can do them at that night on the 3rd, or you can sit on them and we can adopt them that night. We have to have the final budget adopted by the 20th, which is a Sunday. So we have to adopt our final budget at that meeting as well on the 16th, if we haven't already on the 3rd. So just so you're, either that or we're gonna be having a Friday night meeting.
Yeah, me
Next day- the
neither.
next day is my busiest day.
Sorry.
Do you still want me to do the outreach for scheduling?
Yes.
Okay. no
So
problem.
now that we've done that, if you can schedule people 10-minute windows of time, starting at 6:05.
Yeah.
So 6:00, you know what I'll do? I'll make up an Excel schedule tomorrow and send it to you, and then you can just fill in the names. They can Zoom in, they can come in person, either way,
And we'll conduct the interview in a second.
yes.
Should we request that they zoom in if preferable? Just so that we can, people.
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta try to keep it tight to the 10 minutes.
I don't think they will be.
Logistics having to go out.
I'd rather not, people aren't comfortable with Zoom and stuff. I'd rather just give them the option. You can Zoom in, you can come in person, whichever you want. Yeah, let's not overanalyze. I don't think we're gonna get all 13 people to show up anyway. What's that?
Run into that in the past with board appointments.
What's that?
Too many people showing up at the same time. Or even, yeah, but even, our.
No, we just have to stay tight to our 10 minutes. We can't get off on tangents, which we are sometimes known to do. No offense. Myself included. Okay. We're getting to the laughing stages and we haven't even started the zoning code yet. Okay, Adam, can I impose on you to be my secretary? Oh, did it print? Oh, man. It didn't print it on 2 sides, so take 2 pages each. Apologies.
Next, we have to leave the. Okay.
You can,
I know. You discussion today. And then we'll talk about it.
Not yet.
No?
Oh, man. 3 of these.
I don't know where they are.
We can share.
Yeah. See if something I already gave you more than.
So 3, 1 for this.
what?
Yeah.
No, just that one. I only printed 3 for some reason. I don't know.
On affordable housing?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I was trying to make sure I got everything printed today before I left. What are you guys trying to do before? Oh.
They're just to the last one.
Oh, sure.
All
Oh, reindeers run around. There's one way.
It's October.
October is in that green month.
Yeah.
Scorpio. No. When did that change? Oh.
There you go, Adam.
The drainage plan, unit developments.
Am I far enough away from you guys that I should pull this down a little bit? It's your call.
Yeah. I have a map.
I'll be okay. I'm gonna take a second to drink though. Don't walk near me for a minute.
Now, I'm thinking, I can give a shot in my car if you want to.
Okay.
Just over.
He's in the-
Did they cut it? I want about it.
he made a big thing, got the ball on the ground.
So, first, our little cheat sheet. Everything that's in the yellow or in the light blue, I just gave you guys tonight. The yellow is all one code that's cleanup. And then the lighter blues are the ones I gave you tonight. The light greens are the four that are currently. Oh, wait, for Adam here, so. It's went in my cheat sheet here. So the yellows and the light blues are here to talk about tonight. The light greens are the four that are currently in front of the county planning board that they deferred last month because they didn't have a quorum. The blues, I'm sorry, the pinks have been through the referral process and through the public hearing process. The grays, we got nothing, there's no changes on those. And the dark greens are the two that we've already adopted. And then the oranges are additions that we'd like to maybe do. The good news is, after tonight, everything will have been talked about at least once, except for the definitions and the schedule and the zoning map, which I'm working on my way through the zoning map now, in hopes that for November, I can have the zoning map and then do the definitions in December. And with any luck, we can be done with all this by February. That'll still leave subdivision, but that'll be done with zoning. That's my hope. So, with all that said, I just handed you what, 7 tonight? 5, 6, 7. So where do you want to start?
Solar.
Yeah, I apologize. There's apparently only printed 3 copies.
Oh, we're trying to do. Okay.
The only one you should have to share is the affordable housing one. So solar, okay. Planning board didn't make a lot of, or the CRC did not make a lot of changes.
But were they the same changes that that were submitted from a previous?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
All right.
Actually, I don't think so, because I know there's one whole section of the solar that CRC is proposing to remove that I'm not sure we need to talk about, so.
A lot of this has to do with.
The main, well, we should go through it, but I.
Yeah, why don't we work our way through it before
I
we,
guess I was remembered today that we had gotten some recommended changes before the DRC was formed. And I don't remember if that stuff was considered.
all I know is I took what you guys sent me
Okay.
as the CRC.
Cool.
So I can't answer that question. The first change is not till page 4. The definitions are pretty much what they are.
Yeah.
Under safety, they're basically saying batteries should not be included by removing this safety section. It says if solar storage batteries are included, where they must be placed. So by removing that, the ZRC is saying we shouldn't allow batteries.
But then they add,
back in how to. do it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Why don't we send it to the county then as is and see what they say?
this is all about your fire code. and
Yeah.
site plan.
Yeah, we'll let the county weigh in on the batteries because the battery stuff is pretty cut and dried now under fire code. At the time the committee was meeting, it was still kind of in
Right.
flux.
Right.
So, and we'll see where the county comes back. And the training, I think that makes sense too. Now, what they are proposing is removing the entire section on solar energy systems for a subdivision. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about it because I'm the one who added this in initially because I still think you could have a 10 or 12 lot subdivision that could dedicate 1 lot to solar panels that could feed the other 11 lots and have it be standalone off the grid. Or, you know, maybe not standalone off the grid, but can operate as its own independent power supply and then only rely on the grid as a backup. Apparently the ZRC didn't like that idea, so.
Well,
I do remember, I was there. This was quote unquote, it's a dumb idea. I'm biased. I still think it's feasible. Is it likely? No, it's not likely.
An exception would be oriented for that system.
But if you don't include it in your code, then it's not possible. By including it in the code, if it's never done, it's never done. But if it's done, I think it's a viable thing. The answer that was basically nobody's ever going to.
Why wouldn't anybody do it, especially when we're talking about, unusual lots?
Exactly.
Dead space, that would be perfect for this.
That's what I thought when I wrote it. And like I said, I freely admit I'm biased. I wrote it in there thinking it was an unusual way of handling it, but
I don't know, I think it's a forward-thinking way of handling it. As we think about, who wants to buy where in the future, you know?
yeah.
I don't know.
I don't see the harm in leaving it. If nobody does it, then it's just there and takes some space in the code.
We want to leave it into the county said.
There you prove it, huh?
There, exactly. The county's not, if it stays in there, if it goes away from red to black, the county's not gonna comment on it because it's already existing code. I could ask them to particularly their opinion on it if you'd like.
Of all this stuff we've been through, if Mike, if you want 25 lines of something that might happen in the future, buried in the solar law, I think it's perfect. See if we put it back in.
Any opinions otherwise?
I can't remember why it was moved. I don't see how people.
Okay,
Number 3, kind of,
was there, now, the next question though, are there any sections of it that shouldn't be in there? Well, let's leave it alone. We'll see what the public says.
Yeah, maybe somebody has a good reason.
Now the standards, section I. We're taking the solar as a special use out of the AB3 properties. if you think about where the AB3s are, they're very close to 209. I guess it makes sense. Removing it from the AB3. And the AR3, they're saying you have to continue agricultural use. That's become the new trend. In the old days, you want to preserve agricultural property. Now they're finding out they can coexist. So I think the ads in here make sense. The habitat cores are something that probably should be looked at. Three, we haven't set any critical environmental area yet, so I'm not so sure we should. I think we can specifically say, or any named CEA, but I don't think we can say the contiguous to the Greater Pecama-Bly or the Catskill-Shawangunk corridor because we haven't adopted those CEAs.
I mean, I also don't know. It being bigger.
Yeah,
It's not part of the area. It's not part of the area. I think we just, leave that.
so. Yeah, and if it's in the CEA, if we actually adopt the CEA, seeker's going to address that. So should we just remove? Well, care shall be taken in the approval process to protect historic landmarks, other important wetlands, and preserve unfragmented forests. Yeah,
Not saying anything.
yeah. So we just remove the whole section?
Well, yeah, if you're saying it's not permitted, but then you're gonna take care of the.
Yeah.
approval process.
Yeah, okay, so we're just gonna remove that section. 4, slopes greater than 15%. That's fine, because if you really wanted to, you can go for a variance. If you really have a land, quite frankly, 15% is a pretty steep slope, so it's probably not really gonna be physically possible. I don't have any problem. And 5 goes into this whole dual purpose agricultural. D doesn't make any sense. Shall comply with all other town of Rochester solar zoning law. This is the solar zoning law. I think D can come out. We can see what the county says about the rest of it. I think 6, it's not really saying anything different, but it's fine. They want to change the setback, so the height shall not exceed 15 feet when oriented at maximum tilt. That's still the same. We used to say inverters setback could be a minimum of 250 feet or 2 times the standard setback of the zoning district, whichever is greater. It used to say 100 feet or until electromagnetic field meets background level as determined by the World Health Organization. The reason we put that in originally is that's the power is in the inverter. And once the only reason to have a setback is for safety purposes of any electromagnetic EMF from that inverter. So once it gets to where the World Health Organization says it's safe, there's no purpose in it being further away than that. But if they want to just set a standard, they're saying whichever is greater. I don't think it's that big a deal. I think it's been made more complicated than it needs to be here, but I also don't feel that strongly that it one way or the other. I don't think we're gonna get many more large solar to begin with. But could be wrong on that.
I do think increasing the setback is a good idea.
Okay.
Based on
Public,
smaller zoning districts.
yeah, the public outcry. So let's leave what's proposed. They don't, oh, the AB3, we've taken out of the density bonus because we're not gonna allow these in AB3. And they're saying take the H also out of the density bonus. Not all Hamlet properties are tiny properties, though. I mean, you've got the one right across the street here, which is that old
Yeah.
quarry that I don't know why you wouldn't upper density bonus.
And it's only 10.
Yeah,
I think we should,
add the H back in.
yeah. It has to be 20 acres, so.
Yeah,
it's a-
and then changing the R5 from 20 to 25% to 20%. That's fine. And now they want to include the inverters and accessory structures in the total lot coverage. That's fine too. This is a double of that perimeter buffer. So instead of 25, it's 50 feet. That's a sizable buffer. That means you got to do 50 feet of vegetation all the way around your border. That's an expensive undertaking.
Yes, the assumption is that it's already there.
Well, in our current assumption is that it's already there.
Or if it's just a flat field.
Yeah,
I mean, could that just be letting the grass or meadow go along? I don't think 50 feet is a large buffer to require, but if you're
50 feet to all the way around a perimeter of 20 acres right now. And this says 50 feet consisting of natural and undisturbed vegetation supplemented with evergreen plantings in accordance with the zoning code standards. So,
As may be required.
yeah, problem is if we up it to 50, they're going to require. I just think once you get 25 feet of dense,
To the wall.
yeah, but that's 50 feet of dense trees, you know. Is 25 feet, my question is 25 feet going to achieve the same thing?
Yeah, because it's around all mechanical equipment and solar panel arrays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Go back to 25. I think we had 50 at one point in the original proposal and thought about it, and we were like, that's pretty insane. F is just another reiteration of the 50 feet, I mean, the 15%. Encouraging pollinators. Fine. Bonding for site maintenance during construction, fine. Stormwater maintenance plan for the whole life of the solar arrays, no issues there. Now K is saying, okay, they gotta have fencing, and then they're saying shall be further screened by any landscaping needed to avoid adverse aesthetic impacts. So you're gonna make it somebody put a fence up, and then you're gonna make them screen the fence. Why not just have them do the screening in the first place? I think that should stay in A.
I see what they're getting at, is that you can have a chain link fence that in a field that looks pretty ugly, but it's screened by vegetation that would be aesthetically pleasing, in addition to being safe.
Yeah,
You think about the difference between our two solar farms and the one in Warsaw. You know, the one in Warsaw's got zero screening,
yeah.
you know, and you can just, you know, direct. And then the ones that we have are off the road and surrounded by trees.
Yeah, but no amount of screening at that one in Warsaw is gonna fix it because of the, you're looking into a bowl. You'd have to have 50-foot high screening to hide that thing.
Also, the town law.
Yeah, that's true too. Prison land. Their own zoning, their own code enforcement.
Yeah, that's not,
I don't care. Want to leave it a shall? Or change it from the may to a shall?
I mean, we're saying shall, but it's as determined by the planning board by some plan.
But shall be further screened by any landscaping needed, so
It's definitely, I think,
if you make it a shall, then they have to screen it every time if you make it a shall. The reason it was a may is it gave the planning board the option.
We've undercut the staff.
The shall gives the planning board so much authoritative, to determine what they think is aesthetically pleasing. The may helps us out, and
Right.
gives a little more flexibility.
The shall means they have to screen it no matter what.
maybe what it needs to say is the planning board may require further screening to avoid adverse effects.
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of what we're saying.
Okay, I'll rewrite it. I know,
Okay.
I didn't jot it down word for word, but I know exactly what you mean. I'll be doing this tomorrow morning, so.
Okay.
Even in my COVID fog, I'll remember what it meant.
and we have a recording.
Yep.
that You don't remember.
The warning at all access points of the signage, no problem. I think M should say a property operating and maintenance plan, not the. The makes it sound like it's very specific. But everything else in there is fine. Please. Decommissioning plan, yes, absolutely. I'm just reading that last sentence. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I was.
Shall have an annual CPI inflation adjustment or as specified by the town attorney compliance with and bonding. Oh, there should be a
It's
period in there. I'm not sure about O.
Me neither.
Yeah, I don't think we want to get into O. That's opening up the door.
I agree, and it is a little kind of weird anyway.
Yeah, I think we should remove O. The registration, I think there was no issues with except a couple little his or her assignees. And then 6 is just correction of the building inspector, code enforcement officer, ongoing question. 7, I like the decommissioning plan changes. I think the rest in K makes all sense. And the one thing on 4 is I don't think the local law can tell the town shall use the posted decommissioning bond for the removal of a solar energy facility. I don't know if the town can be compelled to have to do it that way.
Which one are you?
I think it's saying you can use the funds from anywhere to do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
What if you got a grant to do it, or
Yeah.
what if there was, you know, some kind of funding to do it? Don't have to use those dollars.
you know what, I'm just gonna put a note here to ask Mary Lou about that. I just, it used to say the town shall charge back any costs against the owner and their applicant. I think it's overstepping the bounds of the law in telling the town board exactly how to do it. I think the way it was worded originally was fine. Are we okay if we leave that one as it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, I just have a question going back to where it says, under 5, where it says, code enforcement officer or his or her assignee, should it say their assignee? In case we ever have someone who's a code enforcement.
Yeah,
Or that
yeah,
gender neutral.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just I don't know.
No, I get you. There, assignee. Yep. No problem.
Okay.
Okay, so I asked for a motion to set this as local law X.
No.
Ah, we already crossed it out.
Capital X. With a public hearing to be held in November. We're meeting on Wednesday, November 30th. We're gonna have back-to-back meetings that we're gonna have audit meeting on the 30th and regular meeting on December 1st. Yeah, because we couldn't have it on the Monday or Tuesday because it was Monday is planning board, Tuesday was ECC, so Wednesday was the next date we could possibly do it. We already set that date at our workshop, I mean, at our organizational meeting. So the motion is to set this for local law X of 2022. Public hearing to be held Wednesday, November 30th at 6 p.m. And authorizing the town clerk to circulate notice.
I'll make that motion.
Wait 1 second, sorry. And to refer it to the Ulster County Planning Board. And POR Planning Board.
I'll make that motion.
Now we got a motion. Okay,
I'll second.
Aaron. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Next, wireless. Yep. The wireless is pretty much limited by federal. And this thing has been vetted numerous times, so. Basically, you're just gonna add the historic overlay district on the first page because that's a new district. In B, the applicability, I'm not so sure I know what that all means, but actually, we probably need to define outdoor distributed antenna systems. I wonder if they're in the definitions. They're not. So I'm gonna have to get a definition of what that is. And add it in. Personal wireless facilities, is that defined? Yes. See definition for wireless telecommunication facility, okay. 2A,
I mean, is that, like, does that cover the boosters and stuff? They want the.
yes, basically that's what that is not necessarily, that's those little repeaters
Yeah,
on telephone poles.
I guess I'd be curious to see what kind of restrictions are put on it. Well, on utility poles is one thing, but if we're gonna say if somebody can't put it on the house to improve their cell signal, depending on what else is said in this chapter, I don't know.
Well, it's not, because if it's, somebody is putting something on their house to improve their cell signal, it's falling under the level that it's covered by the.
Right, that's what this is saying, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that do we really want to go that far? I get like if it's an antenna or something.
I think we have to. I mean, otherwise, Michael, I'm playing devil's advocate, but somebody could build a 100-foot tower on their property and say, oh, I'm boosting my cell signal. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to clarify. I mean, if somebody wants to build a tower on the property.
Yeah, I think I think it's okay the way it's worded, because what it's doing is covering those repeaters that are not gonna be added. So the type A, B, C, and D are just the 4 different types that we came up with. They only mean anything in this zoning code. They, just so you know, they don't mean anything. There's no relation to A, B, C, and D anywhere else other than within the zoning code, because that's how in the schedule of use it's broken down. And I think what they've added, updated technological parameters and shall, no issue. The comprehensive plan objectives, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we could disallow one just because our comp plan, it goes opposite what our comp plan says. What's your thought, Aaron?
I'm not sure, what it's talking about is citing standards,
Right.
not like,
Otherwise inconsistent with federal or state law, those would trump our own local
right,
law. I don't think we can use comprehensive plan objectives, though.
yeah, it's not even a law.
Yeah,
It also seems like weird to call this out. We don't call out the top plan.
Right.
right.
I would take it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I don't have this memorized, but I don't think you can put like a facility in a wetland.
Well,
So,
we can, although we can by zoning codes say where they're allowed and where they're not allowed,
Right.
but comprehensive plan objectives is vague.
Can we by zoning code though? If in state law?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we can. As long as
You
we
can't
don't totally zone it out of the community, we can say where it can and where it can't. Now, if a company came in and said, showed us that there's no other way possible to put it except on this particular property, based on their coverage range, then we would have to let them. But the onus is on them to prove it versus the other way around.
Sue wanted to send them.
Yeah, C is fine. That's the same thing. Not very long ago, we had a probably 6-month committee that wrote this code. So I doubt there's an awful lot of tweaking that it really needs. We just have to add that one definition to the word that we,
I think there's something called a cow.
yep, cell on wheels. It's those in an emergency situation where you can roll in a portable cell tower to. I don't have any problems personally with any of the definition changes that are proposed. Does anybody else, rather than reading through every one of them? They're all just. Now, this though, they're saying permitted locations, type D. So they're removing the AR3. Type D are the, let me go back to the original. Type D is a brand new wireless. So they're saying it should not occur now in AR3, which is agriculture.
I don't understand why that.
I don't either. They can meet the setbacks and everything. I think it's a decent use of agricultural land. It's a relatively small footprint.
And we allow it in AD3, so.
Yeah.
A lot of the AR3 runs along.
And I would like to add the AR3 back in. And I'm not sure I understand the prohibitions in the PL10, A10, and AR3. I understand the prohibitions in the R1, R2, and H. Because those are smaller residential areas and you have a lot of visual impact.
Well, so they need to make sure we have the right setback.
Right, but by saying it's prohibited, it means, you know, it can't happen at all in those zones.
I mean, I could see an argument in favor of PL10 over AR3.
Yeah,
PL10 is supposed to be. And it's already an easement, and it's difficult to build on.
right.
You need to do something. But I guess it could be. I mean, they want to tower up on the ridge.
Yeah,
From a line of sight perspective.
yeah. I see leaving 3 as was written originally. Anybody have any differing opinion?
No, I'm just concerned that I'm thinking about this discussion over the districts and then the addition of the outdoor distributed containment systems and personal wireless facilities, because that would be type B. And can we really not put those in our one?
So you can tell who's doing it.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if we need to spend to figure out.
Do we want to not refer this then tonight until we get a definition of what those are and figure out if we have
Yeah, we
to?
might need to split that out because
Okay.
my understanding of that is that would be like townwide. If that
Yeah.
was kind of system.
Let's put this one on hold. We can always talk about it more at a different meeting. I'll try to get a definition for what that is between now and then.
Yeah, it's not like some major changes. I just
No.
don't want to make some change that.
No, well, we can send this one for December. It's not that big a deal.
We did really well there. So, do that.
We did.
It's not pretty good.
Let's, if we can we go to the planned unit developments next?
Yeah.
Because I've got some
I was gonna
strong
just-
opinions on this one.
I was gonna
Well, to start with, if we can jump ahead to C, so there, the ZRC is proposing getting rid of planned residential development. But the housing crisis, I think if anything, the planned resort development, no problem, get rid of it. That whole section, I'm not gonna even try to lie, it was written all around trying to get the Hudson Valley Resort to expand back in the early 2000s. And so getting rid of the planned resort development, absolutely, but I don't see any reason for getting rid of the planned residential development.
I mean, doing a PUD is not the only way to address housing. You know,
Correct.
we're not outlawing multifamily housing or other forms of dense housing. We're
Yep.
saying very specific thing. Planned unit development is very unique and have a specific meaning that
Exactly.
I don't think aligns really with kind of development. I'd rather see denser multifamily housing than like a planned community.
But a planned unit development could entail that.
Right, but I don't think in removing that, we're preventing multifamily housing or that kind of density. We're preventing this very, I mean, I think this is almost extraneous compared to, like, I think we cover enough things to give us flexibility in our code. We don't need to specifically have a planned unit development section.
Hmm.
Like, what did this give us at the time?
Hasn't given us anything yet, ever. But
You
it,
know what I'm saying? Like, why have it in the code? We're looking to remove and trim things from the code. Like, does having this in there help us, or?
I think it does. I think it does. In these specific situations, it allows more flexibility than just, so the multifamily housing still has to follow traditional zoning code, whereas this planned unit development is a developer has a very specific project that they come to the town board for approval on. And then it goes to the planning board.
Well, they actually have to agree.
Right.
The town board and the planning board. Have to agree.
Right.
The town board can't just.
Oh, fair enough, yeah, but
I know it's not later, but
so the town board at its sole discretion, no, so we can at our sole discretion designate a property for planned unit development following a public hearing.
But what does that do? Like, why not just do a subdivision? Is there an advantage to doing it this way? The town board has gotten.
So the advantage is that a developer has identified a specific property that they think that they could do a nice housing project on. It's somewhat like the economic enterprise overlay to some degree.
But it doesn't have the requirement that you have existing structures.
Correct.
Seeing what planned unit development.
Well, I'm not quite sure.
I don't know that they produce the kind of housing that.
Well, they can, as long as the town board and the planning board review it properly.
Yeah.
If the town board doesn't do their job, then I wouldn't disagree with you that it may not look like what you want it to, but.
Like, do we have an example of this anywhere in the town right now?
no,
No, there's never been a planned unit development done in town.
no. And so the big thing is, I think that the big consideration with this type of development, if we were to leave a residential, is you get 2 times the district density
Mhm.
and the minimum area is 10 acres. So we're talking about a project that would have, depending on where it was, it could have 40 homes on that,
28.
on the 20 acres.
Well,
So you have to have
actually,
like, or there's an open space requirement and all of that, but, it depends on the underlying district.
Right.
It could be, if it was in R2, it would be,
Thinking of something like High Ball Circle.
it has to have community water and sewer. though.
Yeah. so there has to be like a water source.
Like what? I don't
High
know.
Ball Circle.
I don't know what
Worley's
High Ball Circle
Development,
is.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm having a hard time even picturing what it is.
What it is traditionally, it's cookie cutter subdivision.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be, but that's usually what it is.
Right, it could be multifamily housing.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's High Fall Circle? I just don't have an idea.
Right down off of, 213, it's a development that's been there since the sixties. Flat ranches, they're built, on 4-acre lots, probably 50 of them back there, great place to go trick or treating,
Oh,
But, I'm sure at the time very inexpensive housing, we were kind of,
yeah, I don't know.
we've been there for forever.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, the
don't-
right path where you can keep that side road to the little side villa.
Yeah.
Or the next
Yeah, I just,
section down. It's like a little bird, like a little.
It's-
suburb of High Fall.
Yeah.
Like.
I mean, we could just delete the chapter.
I mean, the idea, if I remember, keeping the commercial and industrial the same. If we want to bring additional industry and different businesses here,
Mm-hmm,
if somebody wanted to do an office park, that might make sense to the plan development.
mm-hmm.
The cookie cutter, kind of planned residential development.
But it doesn't have to be that cookie cutter. That's what it used to be.
But I think that's what would be attractive in the chapter to a developer. I don't know if it would be consistent with
But if we don't like,
affordable.
how it's the project, then we just don't allow it.
Yeah, but, you can't plan for future boards and.
Yeah,
Yeah, cause is that, it's the property. So would the town board have any say? I mean, I don't know that the
Yeah.
town board would have any say over what this specific project.
yes, they do. The town board, if it's not designated a planned unit development property by the town board, procedure B1. So we designate the property after a public hearing and following a report from the planning board. Then we designate, the way the process works is then the property is designated planned unit development and then it moves forward with that review. So if you look at 2, and there's the whole section that's struck out, where it says, where plan and development is proposed in AR3, R2, and R5, give preference where such development shall serve to strengthen existing centers adjacent to B, H, and R1. So what this says is, this allows for growth out of your traditional business hamlet and R1 districts to allow them to grow.
Well, they struck out the residential districts that they were proposing to move.
Right.
What you're saying is that to be out of character with the town.
It could be,
That's
but
my concern.
I think,
Yeah.
I agree, Michael, I think it would be. But I-
I see some groovy looking ones in here, but I see track out.
Yeah, I mean, look, the first plan unit development. is one of the rest of them. Yeah, the concept. All about the and it's beautiful, it's that little pond. But then, I think you see it all over the suburbs, there's like little gated communities.
Yeah.
Stuff. I don't know, I just. to me, it doesn't help us address the housing situation. I think it's valuable from an industrial, commercial development perspective, which is why we're keeping the chapter.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't I submit it as they wrote it, and we'll see what the county comes back as, because like, if the county may come back and go, why are you cutting out housing? So we'll submit it as is, see what the county has to say.
Or do they have suggestions about how we can make it more consistent with affordable housing as opposed to
Well,
gated?
yeah, and one of the codes I broke out separately is affordable housing, because I didn't send, I'm not sending it so much for the changes, but I really want to hear what the county has to say. Oh, by the way, I just did find another affordable house. Oh, here they are. Look at that. I said I didn't have any more. There's two more. They stuck together. Sorry about that. Okay, so then this will be local, Y.
So we're submitting it with all the changes.
Yep, we're gonna submit it as the VRC recommended. Is that okay? Because all the changes are basically all revolve around the chart change. Okay, so we're submitting as local law Y of 2022 with referral. Yeah, the same motion. Public hearing to be held November 30th, immediately following local law X.
I'll second.
Okay, Michael, Adam. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay,
Affordable housing?
let's talk about affordable housing next. Yep.
No, I didn't do that.
So they're only making one proposal for change. They limit to the H, R1 and B. I would like us to just submit this to the county and see what they come back with. As is, as presented.
We're also gonna have the housing committee potentially that we want to take up. Yeah, so I think we can submit it, because it may change in another year.
Yeah, well, let's submit it to the county. I guarantee you, the county is really pushing affordable housing, so they're gonna come out with some pretty strong required modifications.
That'd
But
be great.
I want to see what they have to say.
Welcome the,
Yeah. So,
Z.
local law Z, double A. Thank you, Aaron. That's what I, that was my stock answer. Who wants to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Okay. We want to go to home occupations next.
Sure.
There's only one change proposed. And that came from the original,
Right.
the old ZRC. Class 2 or 3 may have one non-illuminated accessory use ground sign not to exceed 12 square feet. Otherwise, we know that this is court tested. We have the empirical proof
Oh,
that this is court tested and that we won twice on this code. So
yeah.
I'm not inclined to mess with it. So local law AA. I'm gonna make that motion.
I'll
different.
second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstained.
And on that note, I have to go with my health.
Okay,
And I will.
understood. So at 10 p.m.
Sorry, we're probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we're normal.
Oh, next we already talked about this once, the contractor storage yard.
Uh-huh.
And there was something in 14038, we were gonna find out something answered from Jerry, and I'll be honest, I don't remember.
The XX.
Oh. Contractor storage yard.
You could still refer it and everything.
Well, we need to put a number in there.
Yeah, we were like, cause it's for like big stuff,
Yeah,
and we were like, how many should we allow? We're like big,
so they stored outdoors in a contractor storage yard, but it's gonna be fenced, it's gonna be,
15 tons, I think it is.
the 26,000, I think we discovered was where you need a CDL
yes,
for.
yeah.
That's what that
That's the
means.
thing.
Under the CDL requirement?
Yes,
Or 26 is the CDL?
Before. Yeah.
Okay.
It's still pretty big, I think.
do we even need it though? Because we say they have to be. Shall be indoors unless otherwise permitted, storage yard shall be not located within 100 feet of any property line. It doesn't actually say they have to be fenced, which is why we probably do want to keep it. Oh, wait, storage related to the contractor shall be parked in the rear or be screened from adjacent properties.
I mean, we're saying only over that limit, so you can have 5 vans.
Well, and you're gonna need to get a special use permit in order to do this. So. Do we even care?
Yeah, I don't know that we can.
I mean, I think there, you can go on like 10, 26,000.
Well, why?
But
If it's already, if they're screened or,
You can't see it, and it's again, and it's not up against the property line.
I mean,
Right.
well, to your point, why is we discriminating against this vehicle and not van?
Well, I mean, the
no
spirit,
limit
the
to van.
spirit of this, if I remember, was, you know, the small scale
yeah,
home operation, not like I'm gonna have my fleet of 20 trucks.
well, but
That's a
this,
different
but
thing
that's
from
what this,
contractor
no,
storage.
but that's what this is. This isn't the home of home. It says the definition excludes private landowners and their personal equipment for non-commercial use on private property. So,
So I wonder, are we saying that larger vehicles are prohibited? Because we're not saying that. There's only a cap on.
no more than excess propelled by their own power with a person with or more shall be stored outdoors at a contractor's. It's just saying you can't store them outdoors. You can store them indoors all you want.
Right. I guess the point I'm making is there are bigger vehicles than that, but this isn't saying you can't store those outside. It's just putting a limitation on like once they're
You can
26.
store 10 rock trucks.
Yeah,
Yes.
So we should put that.
that's all.
But I don't even think we need D if we got B and C.
Yeah, I think it just, maybe we need to make it clear that even. I mean, the concern would be storage versus use, so. Like if I'm using the van, say, for day-to-day operations, do I have to park it in the storage area? So I wonder if maybe what this is saying is that this size vehicle can't be parked in the driveway, even if it's like not being stored.
Well, I think you're getting too hung up on the word storage. It's not meant to be that. Storage of tools. So this is main storage as in where you park it when you're not using it for your business. That's what this means. You know, you don't have a place of business that you operate from. It's your house or it's wherever. And you have 5 dump trucks and a bulldozer that you use in your business. And when you're not using them, They're sitting there on your property. What this is saying is that you've got to store them indoors. You can't just have them outdoors all over. I'm kind of the reason this even came up, because when I was planning board chair and back in the initial discussion of the original code, there was a lot of discussion about owner operator dump truck operators and how those businesses tended to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then before you knew it, you had 20 pieces of heavy equipment sitting in somebody's driveway.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we don't need C, because what we're saying in C is any vehicle related to the business has to be parked in the back of the property or screened.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
I don't know what, I guess I don't know what D is trying.
D is
say.
trying to say that the bigger equipment should be stored indoors and can't be ever be stored outdoors.
Or it can't be stored there at all, I guess. Yeah, if it's over this threshold, yeah.
No, it's saying it can't be stored outdoors. You can put it in a building.
Yeah.
In a garage, but
And this all requires site plan.
we would have to set that when we set the schedule of use.
Do you remember what we proposed?
I don't think we did.
I can look it up, but I don't have it right.
I mean, the problem is that, like, if this were an R2, which it may be because we want to encourage it for small business.
Probably not in an R2.
But I don't know though, because like, the idea was that if you're
But we
a
can,
plumber, you can have.
Right. my point is though, we can still set that. We haven't set that yet.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if we are going to allow it in R2, which I think we may, if the spirit of the law, sorry.
No.
If the spirit of the law is to allow small scale operators to do it, then we may want to consider an equipment cap, because even if it is screened, somebody fires up a diesel engine, and they have 10 trucks there that they're firing up every month, there may be quality of life issues. Because I want to be able to have it open for small scale operators, but still not.
We're able to find it there?
Yeah, so what the DRC proposed, again, the town board can, is that it's special use permit for 83B and NR, and principal permitted use with site plan review in the I district.
So
But that was it, there was not.
I didn't think they were allowing it in any residential areas.
Not an AR3,
Non-
so only AB3, I, B, and
and NR.
pretty small.
83B.
Well,
We're doing the 209 corridor, and NR and
but bear in mind, Michael, we can change it to wherever we want later. So let's write the code the way we want to write it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna deal with it
Yeah,
where it's allowed later.
so do you think if it were to be allowed by the board in a residential neighborhood, that the 100 feet setback would be enough? Or would you want to set some sort of, percentage cap for those districts? That would be the only question.
I'd want to set a cap on the amount of equipment that falls within that contract of storage.
But just for the residents, or everything.
I think for everything, and then if you wanted to have something that had like, with a larger scale operation, that would be a different type of development. Like I thought the contract for storage yard was really like a single, sole proprietor type model.
So what this is saying is everything has to be indoors, basically, except for food.
Mhm.
And they can't be parked 100 feet, like everything has to be 100 feet away from property.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you fire up a diesel, you're still gonna hear it beyond the 100 feet.
Well, anybody can have a diesel.
Right, but if you have 10 of them, that's different from having all four. If you want, then you should potentially consider capping how many vehicles, how many large vehicles you can have, and fall within the, contract of storage yard. So after that, that's maybe a different.
I'll tell you what, you wanna think about it? We'll just table it for now. But I feel like we're going in circles, so I'll be honest, my head's I'm now done here. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Michael. I just don't know if we're gonna get it, come to an answer tonight.
Let's do more.
Well, there's
We
only
have
one more, the
We
various
can-
cleanup.
We can take a break.
No, it's taking a break now makes no.
No, I
sense.
mean like. a
Well,
Permanent break.
Let's do this cleanup one, because this covers a whole bunch of different codes, and there's nothing in here that's
Controversial.
We'll-
We've got Michael, we've got Michael at the table.
This is true. So the authority, interpretation, conflict, and separability, they added the word home rule. It was implied. They never had to say it, but fine. And the same with D. It's just overly clarifying. The purpose is, okay, I take it back. The purpose is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think,
Yeah, I think we have to take that out,
I think we have to take that out too.
unless we add that stuff in, you
Right.
know, but we haven't.
Yep. So we got to take out that addition.
Also, we've added this in the design parts, so I don't think we need to put it in the purpose section.
I
They're
agree.
Pretty like specific things in the purpose.
The other thing about the purpose, and I admit it bothers me in that the purpose is straight out of our comprehensive plan. So any changes to it without changing our comprehensive plan, to me, just don't say true to our comprehensive plan. But if somebody wants to make an argument that adding it adds to it, I'm okay with that. Like L, it's an ad. I'm not saying I disagree with the concept. It's just not, the purposes was verbatim the first section of our comprehensive plan currently.
What's, if there's like this blue highlighter and then.
I couldn't get rid of that.
Oh, okay.
It was something in the way you guys formatted changes, and I tried to get rid of it. I could not get rid of
So is that one supposed to be the?
it. No, everything in red is added. Everything in red is added.
So that's just like two redundant sentences.
Probably, but like I said, I'm opposed to rewriting our purpose of our comprehensive
I
plan.
feel like there's something weird there. Because I
Well,
think there's something there, but it's.
it's the way it was in the copy you sent me. There were all these pictures that I couldn't get rid of. And it's because of the numbers in the comments that
Yeah.
related to the margins. And I struggled to trying to get rid of it, and I couldn't.
I think okay, so L, the first sentence is what's in our code. And the preserving productive farmland is a viable industry resource and maintaining open space. That's what it says now. And then the second sentence is what they were suggesting we change it to, and I don't feel like it adds anything, so.
Oh,
I think they were trying to say, to rewrite it. because it's not-
oh, okay. Yeah, it was one of the first things that was done, and I think it was the way you guys were doing the notes.
Probably, yeah. So preserving identified production farms as a needed industry risk and in turn, I don't think we need that change.
We just want to keep it as is, which is L.
Which is what it's, the first highlighted
Okay.
blue thing. is what
I'll
it's
try
like.
to just delete the whole thing
Okay,
and see what I can do.
and then in the,
So, in the purpose,
Yeah.
is that the same? What we
So
were
the-
highlighting?
in the The purposes, no, the in June person is not. There's nothing in our code. So that part, but then A said, yeah, that A is correct. The, what's crossed out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why we need to rewrite A. I would like to, I would propose that we just leave
Yeah.
A through Y as is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to add in wildlife habitats, that's fine, but.
Yeah, I feel like A and L do not need to do this.
Okay.
So I'm trying,
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
and then we took away the changes proposed. in the
Right.
code.
And then the changes made in F are okay. I don't have a problem with those couple of words. Or the same with N, Q. X is fine too. It's just a building on what it already says. Any opinions? So everything else stays as
Yeah.
proposed? Okay. Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah.
DL10, instead of calling it protected land district, how about we call it preserved land district? I think it's better than protected. Protected sounds very heavy-handed. And do we want to think of a different name for the A10 other than agricultural district?
What do we call it?
No.
Someone at one of our organizations, but I don't know.
Well, it's large scale, high value ag soils. Just calling it agricultural district, I don't think that's a really good enough job explaining it.
I mean, agricultural preservation district. In Freetown.
I don't know. Reservation in this case. So.
Agriculturally significant district.
I think we're headed in the right direction.
I'd say agricultural important, but that would be used to be AIB or ending.
Yeah. And important is a subjective word. Where you should farm.
Good dirt.
Good dirt. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
GDP. You looking for something?
I'm looking at them.
There's gotta be something else other than agriculture.
I'm just looking at them.
Synonyms for what?
Oh, development, like,
Oh.
because, well, Horsing has a 10-acre one that they call the ag development district, but I don't like that.
No,
Farming. Farming district.
This isn't really development though. This is,
No,
we're
yeah,
trying
no,
to preserve it, protect it.
but we want. Conservation. What was the one you said?
Agricultural significance.
Significant?
Agriculturally viable.
Hmm,
But I agree, we shouldn't call it the ag district because we
Right.
have ag district already.
yeah,
R1 is called neighborhood residential.
that's it?
R1 is called neighborhood residential.
Yes. It is. With the goal of traditional neighborhood, small parcels, walkability. Suppose we could call it the agricultural conservation district to go with the R5.
Yeah.
Agricultural heritage district.
No, heritage is gonna get too confused with the natural heritage plan.
We're not debating those stuff. Let's move on.
Okay, okay.
We won't leave you.
I will.
B, I think was fine the way it was written.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 Seems like a power grab.
No, now that you're on the board, huh? You're like,
Yeah, we're
put
gonna
that
leave,
back to a May.
we're gonna leave
Who's
both,
on the planning board?
Big world.
we're gonna leave both alone as they are.
Yeah.
9, it just adds 149 applicability, just use the word, adds the word uses, fine.
Let's talk about-
What is 14026?
Oh, that,
I'm looking at section 6,
yeah.
14027. What's 14026? Multifamily residential uses. Yeah, no problem. That's easy enough. The junkyard stuff. On the only changes were building inspector to code enforcement officer. Although they're saying new junkyards not permitted in the APFD and HD overlay districts. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
The vehicle and equipment sales, service and repair, those changes are fine.
I gotta take the EE out. No,
Oh, excuse me. And that's it. So now we're back to the,
I'm doing agricultural research.
agricultural league significant district. I like valuable better. Aaron, Adam? You're still searching for a word.
The VA then, valuable out agriculture.
I-
The bad, the bad,
Yeah, I guess,
even the bad.
yeah, I mean, I'm not happy with anything that I don't have. What I want it to capture is that it's also like actual sort of like farm operation district, not that like, you can say that, but it's like where the farms are. So,
Like that would be a.
How about we,
no, but just in the name that it's like,
do we call it the agricultural farm district?
Good. Anything is better than agriculture. Anything can be more
Yeah.
specific.
Farmland, value.
also I'm thinking about it as being a bad farm.
How about valued farmland district? Because everywhere it is high
Yeah.
soils, valued farmland district.
Or prime soil district. Ooh. Yes,
We better be sure of that though.
No, you can't have
Prime farm district.
nice soil district.
well, it's impact. I think maybe like valued. What was it? Bad?
Oh, yeah, that. Valued agricultural research.
Well, I was saying valued farm district.
Valued farms.
For some of it just hay fields.
I mean, I would say the farm, but the district is not exclusively in farm operation.
I think they are. I think they're all in the state ag district.
They're all in the ag district.
Is it over there?
Most of them, I think, are at least being paid.
Okay.
But that's the thing, right? If we are saying something is a valued farm district and someone's like, look, this is not that, then maybe we would decide not to put that parcel in.
Prime agricultural district.
I think the prime is too, yeah.
Favorable.
What's the definition of the state agricultural district?
Looking all over the place, and that's all it says, it says agriculture.
Yeah.
What about RAD, rural agricultural?
Or. Yeah. you could call it rural agriculture district.
Well, we have the natural resource district. What if we had the agricultural resource district? Well, we already
Not
have,
bad.
we have the AR3, we could have an AR10. What did I just say? Agricultural resource? district?
Resource,
Yeah.
not residential.
Yeah, agricultural resource district.
That, not, the BMX movie.
Okay, so, this will be local law, EB,
ED?
BB. No, PB. Going double letters.
All right.
Who's gonna make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Abstained. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
10:30 PM.
We don't have to vote on that.
No.
No,
We're all good. Okay, bye, everybody.
Didn't we put the coffee chairs in?